I don't want anyone to think that we have easy solutions to this. What's clear is that, directors who get to this point in their professional careers have got there because they are experts in their field. They have deep experience. All of you have deep experience as former CFOs, CEOs, COOs, strategists, human capital experts, audit partners, and so forth. By definition, directors are highly competent and are comfortable with the very concept of critical thinking. And yet, the climate challenge has really cast us into the wilderness in a sense, because the nature of the climate challenge is so unlike any other business challenge that your average company board will face. So it's not enough to reach for the familiar tools in the toolbox to solve this problem. We really need to think, to perpetuate this metaphor, out of the box. We need to think in a way that is different from what we might have done in the past. And one aspect in particular that we need to do is we need to think systemically. In other words, we all know that none of us acting as just one company solve the problem. We will not be successful, even if we do everything right. We will only be successful if collectively all of us and all of society is moving in the same direction. And what does that mean? It means that we as business leaders have an obligation to reach out to fellow business leaders, but also other political leaders, academics, trade unions, investors, stakeholders in general, and pull in the same direction. And that can be difficult because we operate in a market environment, we are competitive with each other, we all have different priorities, and yet that is what we are going to have to do if we're going to be successful. So on one level, all of us as businesses need to position our businesses for competitive success, for resilience. We need to do a risk assessment to ensure that we have fully taken on board the range of challenges that we are facing. But on another level, we want to be looking out and up and over to see to it that we see what's coming along on the horizon, and we also have a voice in shaping what's coming on the horizon, particularly at a policy level. I know that in Malaysia you have some very productive policy dialogues that involve business on the one hand and government policymakers and regulators on the other. That can be laborious and it can feel like watching paint dry, but it is so important to creating the regulatory and policy context that we all need to move forward and take major business risks to push our businesses in a direction where they wouldn't have been going before. So with that, I want to leave you with the sense that we have a lot to do, but if anyone is well positioned to play that leadership role, we as board directors need to lead. And that means calling on management to take up this challenge, but being sufficiently informed and bold to be that voice in the boardroom to challenge management to do better and more. Because without that, we are going to be locked in a cycle of incrementalism and, dare I say it, mediocrity. And we simply do not have the luxury of waiting for others to act first. We've waited far, far too long. And we need now to move forward, to take risks, and to go where no one has gone before. And that can be a little bit daunting. So I want to wish you the very best today in this third day. I wish you very productive discussions, and most of all, I wish you success in your boardrooms as you take this agenda further. Engage with your fellow board directors, engage with your management, engage with stakeholders outside the company so that you can be as well informed and as challenged as possible, and in turn be that challenging, informed, and value-adding director in your boardrooms. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you. That was Ms. Karina Litvack. So be that change, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's it can be a bit hard, but like I said, when we first started on the first day, the world, what's going to happen in the next years, the next days, the next months, it's our responsibility. So let's do this together. You want to leave it like that? Okay, there you go. Okay, our next discussion, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Rizal Ishak, the CGM Council member, who will be moderating our session. The subject and the topic we'll be discussing is Oversights over Sustainability Reporting and Disclosure, and our presenters will be Ravinderjit Kaur, the Manager, Regulatory Development and Services Division, Companies Commission of Malaysia, my very good friend, Ms. Michele Kythe, President and CEO, Institute of Corporate Directors Malaysia, and also Phang Cheng, the partner of KPMG. Okay, let's give them a big hand. Personally, I have to share with you, I'm very pleased to be here because some of the people involved in the summit are my school friends, like Ms. Michele Kythe and also Datin Sri Sunita herself, and Rizal's an old buddy. We all grew up together, so it's wonderful that all of us are coming together to do this, and it's also telling our age. We're dinosaurs. Please, silakan. And while they are taking their places, I'd like to also inform you the session that we had a little while ago, which was by Mr. Apurva Sanghi. That session is not recorded. It was live for everyone in the audience and also online, just to inform you. And yesterday, I think we have about close to 600 people joining, and also the first day, this morning, it's about 200. So we're looking into having more people from all around the world to join us in our summit. Silakan, Rizal.
Thank you, Rasadiba. Good morning, afternoon, evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are on panel 7, day 3, not panel 3, day 7, because it feels like already 7 days. So. Anyway, it is on oversights over sustainability reporting and disclosure, and it's a very important topic. And for economies to be sustainable, for firms to be sustainable, we need to adopt mainstream, institutionalized reporting standards, best practices, and so on. So I think, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our 3 wonderful speakers to share some insights. They're industry professionals who are very knowledgeable in their respective areas. We have Ravin Kaur from SSM, Michele from ICDM, and we have OC Phang or Phang Cheng, right, from KPMG. And she's going to be the first speaker. And since we don't have much time, I think we'll just proceed with OC. Please, carry on.
Hello? Oh, okay, I'm on now. Okay, I'll just run through very quickly. My task today here, in terms of the first slide, is to present an overview with regards to sustainability reporting and touch a little bit with regards to what we need to think about in terms of reporting. So without going through... Oh, okay. All right, sustainability reporting, I'm not going to go into it. What is it about? Just to, next slide, please. Just to give you an idea, KPMG does a survey every 2 years or so with regards to state of sustainability reporting. And globally, you'll see that there is companies have a lot to say now. Companies have improved with regards to the rate of reporting. But one thing to note is in 10 years ago, only 64% of the top 100 companies, top companies around the world reported. In 2022, it's only an increase of 15%. So encouraging, yet I think there's still a ways for us to go with regards to reporting, with regards to sustainability. For next slide, please. For us here in ASEAN, if we look at the rate of climate reporting, Malaysia and Thailand lead the way, although we are lagging behind Thailand. But it's encouraging. We just did a survey, as in KPMG Malaysia did a survey of the top 500 companies reporting in Malaysia. Unfortunately, with regards to climate data, transition plans, and anything related to climate, it came to a stage where we were looking for the only less than 10% of companies in Malaysia actually reported. With regards to climate reporting, climate governance, and understanding from a board perspective with regards to what we need to report in terms of in terms of our sustainability journey, we do have a ways to go. So the next slide, please, just to whip through very quickly. A lot of our clients and a lot of the forums and boards and organizations that I sit on actually brought up the fact as early as last year and even now that there's a multitude of standards available. And, just to give you an idea, these are all the standards, but the good news is we are all heading towards the IFRS Standard 1 and Standard 2, which is busy collating and amalgamating all these organizations that you see in the reporting frameworks together to form two main reporting guidance documents and guidance requirements. Maybe for us in Malaysia, soon to be mandatory. It seems to be heading that way under the IFRS Standard 1, Standard 2. But of that, what is important is the fact that it is built around the framework of the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. And it's built around the fact that companies now need to think about reporting on impacts as well as financial impacts. And that's something which is you could say for us here in Malaysia, a bit of a fundamental change in terms of thinking, because we already have companies which have problems, even reporting on their material matters and even reporting on their impact. What more to say with regards to financial reporting? So, and globally, the IFRS has stated that jurisdictions have already committed to reporting on in 2024. In Malaysia, we haven't had any visibility as yet when that's going to happen. And if we were to look, next slide please, at what BORA has required with regards to TCFD reporting in 2025, most probable, my best guess, and as it's not KPMG speaking, Phang Cheng speaking here, my best guess, it will be around 2025, 2026, because any later will cast questions with regards to our commitment to sustainability reporting. Right, so we've got the BORA latest reporting requirement, which was released last year. It is aligned with the most international reporting guidance, and it is very much aligned to the global reporting initiative. So what a lot of companies are busy about now is to working towards the reporting requirements. Next slide. Next slide. I think one of the things that we all need to be aware now with regards to reporting requirements is built around the 4 principles, which is governance, green can see, governance, strategy, risk management, matrix and targets. And if we are not building our sustainability reporting, our data collection processes, our governance structures in asking around these 4 pillars, then it's going to be a difficult transition journey for a lot of companies. Next slide. So when we look in terms of reporting, if we were to follow the route that is generally taking, we look at sustainability governance, we look at sustainability matters. For a lot of companies still, we think, do we need to do stakeholder engagement, materiality assessment? Is it important or not? Right? Then we look in terms of material matters and then communicating that. The breakdown generally for us in Malaysia, actually, I wouldn't say just in Malaysia, but in the region and for a lot of the growing economies is that we don't recognize the importance of sustainability matters and how that actually influence the way we develop our strategies, the way that we look in terms of our risks. They don't recognize that ESG matters or non-financial risks now in the form of ESG matters has a very big influence now towards strategy, risk management, and hence governance structures. So they also don't realize the importance of reaching out to their stakeholders. So stakeholders engagement and materiality assessment is actually a very fundamental part now of building your sustainability reporting narratives. Heck, even building your sustainability management programs internally, not even talking about what you report. Okay, next slide. So what do we need to think about? If I were to look at it from a pure reporting perspective, which is basically, what am I going to put inside my sustainability report, my annual report, or my integrated report? I need to first understand what is important from an ESG perspective to my organization, right? And the only way that you're going to be able to understand that is if you do a stakeholder engagement materiality assessment. Basically, go and talk to your stakeholders, not just your internal stakeholders, your customers, your shareholders, your regulators. Find out what is important to them. Look at what your internal strategy is, in terms of business development. Where do you want to get future growth? And then look at whether this has been integrated or not. And also look at whether this matters that has been brought up by your stakeholders has been recognized as a risk. Develop your materiality matrix, and your materiality matrix will drive your narratives in terms of getting data, in terms of getting initiatives, and then in driving the reporting process as you go along. Of course, this is a very short form and nice and neat version that I presented to you. There are lots of considerations along the way. And first of all, BORA requirements with regards to assurance. It is at this present moment state, best practice as in state when you're planning to do your assurance, right? BORA has not at this stage yet said you must do assurance, but it is good practice to actually think about what you need for assurance. Assurance basically means auditing your sustainability data. How ready are you in getting your sustainability data ready? How ready are you in terms of getting the process in which your data is analyzed for your narratives, in terms of your narratives preparation, how ready are they? So these are things that are important, and then look in terms of what sort of storyline you want to tell, right? Sustainability reporting, I must caution, is the end product of your sustainability initiatives. It is not fiction. I do apologize if it hit some nerves. It is not fiction, it is based on your data, it is based on facts, and it's based on initiatives that you have and the board has agreed upon and moved forward on. And so that's something that we must remember, and as we build our narratives, as we build our processes and programs. With that, thank you. I'll pass back to Rizal. I believe we are a bit short of time, but we will try and cover as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, OC. Thank you so much. It was quite a masterclass for under 10 minutes. So I think we can all go out there and lecture to all the SMEs and large listed companies to embrace and move up the value chain, which is so important for Malaysia. As you know, Malaysia has been a very successful exporter to all over the world. So maintaining that role in the global value chain is so important. And I'd like to invite Ravin from SSM, right, Companies Commission, to share her insights. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And first of all, I would like to actually thank CGM for having me for this panel session. Before I actually zoom into my presentation slide, let me share a little bit of statistics here in terms of the total number of companies and business entities registered with SSM as of 31st July 2023, this year. In regards to companies, we have right up to 1.5 million, 511,970 companies total. And local companies is 1,506,992. Yeah? In terms of foreign companies, we have roughly about 5,000 companies. Huge number. But out of this huge number, company about 1.5 million, we have about 653,000 which are active companies. So the rest of the companies, either they have been dissolved or they are dormant. Yeah? And that's regards companies. What about businesses? So when I say businesses, basically the enterprise, sole proprietorships, and also partnership, we have reaching up to 8.9 million. And the number grew after the pandemic because a lot of people now started doing online business. Yeah? And out of this, those who are in partnership, we have 1.4 million, the rest 7 million are sole proprietorship. Now, in regards to limited liability partnership, we also have another business vehicle which is called limited liability partnership. We have total about 35,000 registered with SSM. Out of that, 35,910 registered with SSM, and foreign are 3 until now. Yeah, so that shows a huge number of companies under the purview of SSM. And yesterday, I remember many speakers actually highlighted, 98% out of these companies are SMEs. So we have less than 10% which are PLCs, public listed companies. Now, can I have my next slide on that? So I just wanted to share with you the numbers. So under Companies Act, there is a requirement for reporting. Yeah. So basically reporting, we are talking about transparency under the financial transparency. So we have requirement where companies annually, they have to submit their audited financial statement or unaudited financial statement. So we also have private companies which actually can file the unaudited financial statement if, let's say, they qualify certain criteria. We also have requirement for non-financial transparency, which right now we are talking about sustainability. So this was part of the Companies Act when Companies Act, new Companies Act was actually enforced on 31st January 2017. It's already been there. Yeah, the non-financial as transparency part, which we are talking about sustainability, we are talking about the ESG element. Yeah. And the other part is the governance transparency part. We're talking about the ownership of company. So this is something new, right? It's part of the Companies Amendment Bill. We are looking at probably is going to be tabled in Parliament sometime in October sitting. So where companies have to be transparent, who are their actual owners? We call this ultimate beneficial ownership information. Yeah. So this is another challenge for companies where they have to be really transparent. We have a lot of Alibaba companies in Malaysia. Trust me and believe me. We know who are the board of directors. We know who are the shareholders. But maybe they are just proxies. Somebody else is controlling the company. So this is something coming soon. Yeah. Next, please. So part of the non-financial transparency, we have requirement under Section 253 of the Companies Act, which says part of the director's report, companies can actually include business review. And these to be filed together with the financial statement. Yeah. So under Section 253 and also under the Part 2 of the 5th Schedule of the Companies Act, companies right now is a voluntary basis adoption. Yeah, where companies are encouraged to report matters related to their fair view, the business risks, uncertainty, what about the company's performance, impact of the company's business operation on environment, employees, social, community, whether the companies have policies and whether the policies are effective. Who are the people the companies are actually transacting, doing business, material business? So these are part of the business review report. Next, please. So this is how to actually, because reporting non-financial can be very daunting. So SSM actually have introduced best business practice circular in 2017 to provide guidance to companies on how to make a disclosure and reporting. So you can easily download this best practice from SSM's website. So the link is there as well. Next, please. So these are some of the objectives why the business best practice was actually introduced. Promote sustainability disclosure, provide guidance to companies how you can actually make those disclosure, and also same time to raise awareness. At that point of time, the agenda we were actually promoting very much on CR, corporate responsibility, yeah, and now is sustainability, yeah, and also human right and business. What is the impact of business on human rights? Next, please. The best practice actually is divided into 3 parts. The first part is basically talking about the requirement under the Companies Act. Yeah. The second part talks about the objective, the benefit, why companies should actually adopt the business review and report, and also the guidance on writing the report. The third part is the report contains some model templates, some set of questionnaire to guide the companies how they can actually write the report. Next, please. So what are the ingredients? Next, please. So this is a snapshot of the ingredient. I'm not going to go through one by one because time is limited right now. But basically, these are some of the ingredients that a company should actually adopt in the business review of reporting. Now, I just want to highlight there's one provision under the 5th schedule which says that if companies can't adopt any of the reporting, they have to actually state which one they are unable to report. So they have to disclose that part as well. Next, please. So this is the template. Next, please. So this is a set of questions to provide companies guidance in terms of how to actually report. Next, please. Now, who is responsible? We heard about this since yesterday, where everybody talking about the board of directors. So under the Companies Act itself, it says that the board is responsible for preparing the business review report because it's part of director's report, which is supposed to be attached with the financial statement. They need to determine the achievement of the company, what is the direction of the company, what is the success of the company, and also what is the failure of the company. Because this report is meant to be for the stakeholders, for the shareholders. So board is responsible for the content and manner of preparing this report. And this statement is very important. When I say board is responsible for the content or the manner, means no greenwashing. Because there is a provision under the Companies Act say, when you report something and when you report something which is false or misleading, then there is a provision which is section 591. Action can be taken. And the sanction for that particular provision is 10 years imprisonment and or 3 million fine. And just to make it, to scare you more, I don't have intention, but I came from regulator. Yeah, that provision is also classified as a money laundering provision. Meaning, if you do it deliberately for a purpose, and the purpose there is money, then action can be taken under the Money Laundering Act. And we see regulators at this point in time, they don't use their act anymore. Everybody wants to use the Anti-Money Laundering Act. Next, please. So, apart from that, the business review report, SSM also have actually published many more best practices. So, in year 2015, we published the toolkit to implement green business, 2015. We also publish on the corporate responsibility guideline disclosure, corporate integrity, and the practice. Next, please. The Child Care Center. This was actually published way back in 2010. Yeah? And many more. So you can see these are all best practices which has been there since the year 2010. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravin. Governments, you've heard from the government, right? So it's a very clear message with very clear ideas how to do this. And governments, firms, and society has to make this work. And representing sort of a combination of firms and society is Michele. Michele, please.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As what my other two panelists have presented, we are indeed witnessing a growing stakeholder pressure for sustainability. Companies specifically are under increased scrutiny from investors, customers, and regulatory bodies to incorporate sustainability principles into their business strategies. Now, stakeholders are demanding more transparent and comprehensive information about companies' ESG practices. So we do know the landscape of sustainability is evolving rapidly with new metrics, as the two panelists have also alluded to, new metrics, frameworks, and standards emerging over time. Now, companies and boards need to stay informed and adapt their approaches to meet evolving sustainability expectations. But as we navigate this multi-varied landscape, if I may say so, it is vital to acknowledge that this is a new journey for most of us, what more board members and companies. And no one has all the answers as to what works and what does not. Boards and companies can benefit from sharing best practices and collaborating on sustainability initiatives to address common challenges and drive positive change collectively. Now, industry associations and forums like CGM can play a role in facilitating knowledge sharing and promoting a culture of sustainability within the business community. Now, companies can also collaborate within industries to bring down costs on, for example, green materials. Successful integration of sustainability strategy into business operations can improve and lead to improved reputation, stakeholder trust, and long-term business viability. Now, a lot of companies do focus on the short term, but we all know that sustainability is here for the long term. And boards play a very critical oversight role in this. Now, one key question, though, is whether board directors are adequately equipped to oversee sustainability integration into their business strategy and not just reporting and disclosure. Again, I will emphasize this and what Cheng said as well. Disclosure is really the end of the process. You need to start internalizing sustainability, integrating it into the business in order to disclose. And disclosure, again, yes, based on facts, not fiction, not greenwashing. Now, boards need to ensure the sustainability culture is integrated, as I said, into the business. And oversight can only happen with the right knowledge and capability. Next slide. Okay, now as some of you may be aware, ICDM has started the second mandatory program for PLCs in Malaysia. This is called the Mandatory Accreditation Program 2 or Leading for Impact Program. This is purely focused on sustainability and also aligned to the recent enhanced BORA sustainability framework. Again, this is for PLC directors, so everyone, all PLC directors would need to attend this. It started in August this year. This is, again, an initiative under the Securities Commission's strategic priorities from 2021 to 2023. Again, with the aim to provide all PLC directors with a foundation to address sustainability risks and opportunities effectively and to have better oversight of their material sustainability matters. So in the process of crafting the modules, we conducted a survey amongst board directors to know what their challenges were when it came to exercising their oversight roles on sustainability matters. And this is what they have said in a nutshell. In terms of sustainability, the top challenges in exercising oversight, firstly, sustainability governance, i.e. putting in place a sustainability structure within the company, overseeing the setting of relevant sustainability policies, strategies, priorities, and plans for the company, inculcating an conducive culture within the company. Secondly, performance target and measurement, ensuring that realistic and clear sustainability targets are put in place for the company. Thirdly, materiality assessment and stakeholder management. Now, this comes out clearly in the framework. This is more in terms of reviewing and endorsing the materiality process undertaken by the company in identifying, prioritizing and managing ESG risks and opportunities, which are deemed material to the company and stakeholders. Lastly, reporting and disclosures. Now, this is on developing an appreciation of the relevant guidelines, policies, frameworks, and standards in place. Now, some of these may be mandatory, some non-mandatory, ensuring availability of reliable data and disclosures. Now, this is a real issue for board members and boards overall, is the reliability of the data that is being produced by management and being disclosed in your report. So again, the sustainability framework by BORA does talk about assurance, as Cheng has alluded to as well, although not mandatory currently, but we are moving towards some sort of independent assurance of the data. Now, out of the 11 what we call common sustainability matters in the enhanced framework, now this is new. Companies need to disclose their following data in terms of the following areas: emission management, water management, energy management, waste management, supply chain management, and data privacy. So there's a lot to be disclosed, starting with this year. The replies also show that that directors do possess sufficient knowledge of the other 5 common sustainability matters. These are anti-corruption, health and safety, diversity, labor practices, and community and society. Now, this could be a function of there being more training and emphasis on these areas in the past few years, particularly anti-corruption and with Section 17A. When asked about sector-specific indicators, directors also said they require more guidance on supplier environmental assessment. Now, this is a large area. This is your scope 3. Consumer health and safety, product responsibility, biodiversity, human rights, supplier social assessment, materials. Now, I believe these are the newer issues that various stakeholders are now demanding more information on. Next slide, please. These are some of the challenges from the responses received and other areas that have been highlighted to us. Making the business case. Now, this is a real issue that we face when we are getting feedback from companies, is making the business case for implementing sustainability within the organization, i.e. the economics part of ESG. Secondly, understanding the full impact of sustainability on specific company operations and performance. Again, this is too often a tick-the-box compliance thing, and it can't be that way anymore. To ensure the sustainability program has good ROI for the company. Next, data collection. We've talked about this and the reliability of data. Assessment of climate issues and climate change professional advice. This is again highlighted. Coordination of industry and countrywide initiatives and targets. Now, targets is a real issue as well for many companies. Many have approached us to conduct workshops on how they set their roadmap and targets, right? Because this is, again, part of your disclosure and requirements. Scope 3, we've talked about this, your supply chain, for example. This is very, very wide. The need to develop a more comprehensive strategy. This is the feedback that we get. To avoid double counting. Now, double counting will happen because the scope 3 could be someone else's scope 1. This will happen. But again, scope 3 reporting is part of the disclosure requirements. One company actually did highlight that recycling is their business model. Now, while we know the economic benefits of recycling, it is difficult to compute the net CO2 footprint of recycling versus non-recycling. So these are the real issues on the ground. Next, TCFD scenario analysis on climate risks, including financial implications to the organizations. Now, there is feedback that the current literature is too wide. It doesn't provide how these scenarios will pan out for the various industries. As I mentioned, the horizon here is just too wide. So what this results in is that a lot of companies are just making guesses applying a lot of resources and yet not really getting the true results. Now, getting everyone in the company to be on the same page insofar as sustainability is concerned, that is another real issue on the ground. Getting buy-in from your employees, from your management, from your stakeholders. Resource apathy, manpower, another issue again. Also the skill set, capability of that manpower. Now, ensuring that the company is financially really sound and capable of meeting economic downturns and sustaining satisfactory cash flow. Now, this again is the dichotomy between your short-term and long-term considerations. This is a real issue on the ground, and this needs to be addressed. Next slide, please. In conclusion, while it is essential to assess how effectively companies are integrating sustainability practices into their reporting mechanisms, board members play a very, very crucial role. They must have the expertise and understanding, because without that, they are not able to exercise their oversight effectively. With that, I'll hand it back to Rizal. Thank you.
Thanks, Michele. Thank you so much. I think we'll go last in, first out. I'll have one question for you. And then, of course, followed with the rest. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, okay. How do you see the challenges for leadership and boards in overseeing sustainability reporting, and what are they doing to address it? Is there a stubborn board syndrome? Although investors and CEOs may understand it, or maybe the CSOs in the case of some of the larger companies. Your thoughts on that, please. Thanks.
Thanks, Rizal. Challenges, obviously capability is one. Many boards, we see it as we're running the LIP. You see a wide range of people in one classroom. We have about 70 in a classroom, majority of whom have no idea and do not know, and are surprised what they do. They don't know what they don't know, and surprised to see how much they have to disclose. About, let's say, 20-30% really, really know what they're doing. So really here is one of the challenges, i.e., I think companies really need to share, collaborate, and that's the only way forward. Share information, collaborate, find common ground in order to achieve the outcomes that we all need to see. Second challenge, integrating obviously into business operations. That is a real challenge on the ground. And I think companies really, to be safe, I think the best start, if you haven't started already, start with a risk-based analysis. Find out what your material risks are, what the material opportunities are, and work on that risks. Well, you know what risks are. You can see where your gaps are, address those. Opportunities are a way forward to innovate, right? So top line, these are some challenges. I think Cheng would want to jump in here as well.
Please, Cheng.
Yep, okay. I think the other challenge that it's prevalent in Malaysia and probably in Asia in general is the fact that, given the fact that we don't have many people who really understand what TCFD requirements are, who really don't understand what transition journeys are, who really just focus on technology as opposed to the whole financial picture, because when you have a transition journey, you have a goal that you want to reduce by how many percent by, let's say, 2030, 2050. It's not focused on technology. There is no law in Malaysia now that says you must comply. It is based on your operations, it is based on your governance, it is based on your cash flow. But at the end of the day, as with all good business, you do need to do cost-benefit analysis as opposed to going, oh, you must comply, so I will purchase this, I will purchase that. So one of the key weaknesses and a big, big challenge for us here in Malaysia is, yes, we need to understand what TCFD is. We need to understand the purpose of scenario analysis. But for us in Malaysia, sorry, I'm going to be very, very blunt and frank, we are too dependent on consultants. I come from advisory. I've been a consultant for 35 years. But our dependence on consultants, it's amazing. Consultants say must do this, we do. But we don't actually question what the consultant asks you to do. Does it make sense? Consultants say you need to spend $15 million. You're not going to spend $15 million, right? There are check and balances with the boards, right? So while we use consultants, we have to ourselves enable, empower, enlighten ourselves with actually what it means. Number one, Number two, while we use consultants, whatever that is recommended by consultants does have to be scrutinized, does have to be asked, you have to do a sense check to ask, does it make sense for my business or not? As consultants, we are supposed to advise, we give you options, we don't tell you what to do. Management decides that, board decides that. So we must put on our thinking hats. And that, I will say, is probably our biggest weakness for corporate Malaysia. We are too dependent on consultants.
If I
Rizal.
could just make one point in terms of board directors' fiduciary duties. We have published a legal opinion. This is called the Commonwealth Climate Law Initiative, co-crafted between our chair, Tan Sri Zarina Anwar, and Topuan Janet Lui from Screen. And we confirm that climate change is part of a director's fiduciary duty. So you have a fiduciary duty to address climate risks. That is very, very clear, right? And there's no question about that.
Thou shalt do no harm, thou shalt
And God has
shall
spoken.
know,
Yes.
must know, and thou shalt act. Reuben, please.
Yeah, I just want to add on what Michele and Phang said. 2 points here. One about reliance on technology, especially when you talk about ESG, calculation of your metrics. We know that there are many companies out there which provides tools. Now, automation is good, but 100% reliant on automation, there is a danger. Yeah. So again, we go back to the point on having the right understanding, having the right skill is very important, and we highlight that again and again in regards to board of directors. Yeah. Now, going back to the point that Michele says is part of directors' fiduciary duty. Now, let me just share with you with the statistic that I have presented to you earlier. Large number of companies are SMEs, and trust me and believe me, many of these SME company directors, they don't even know their basics fiduciary duty. And now we are demanding something more than from them. So they don't even understand the basic. These people are the people who don't even attend any training. For them is, I want to set up a company, I want to do business, I want to make profit, that's it. I don't want to know the law. So that's the danger, I see.
Yeah, adding on to that, sorry, we're going to try and wrap up pretty soon. You know, there is a lot of softwares out there. Bear in mind, all these softwares are developed internationally. They use international data. There is no shortcut for Malaysia's emission factors. There is no shortcut for calculating your own carbon footprint. You use the platform to collect data. You must do sense check. We at KPMG, we do assurance. We look at a lot of data, and I can't tell you the number of incidences that we find with regards to misreporting, misstatements, miscalculation of carbon data, misrepresentation of your carbon position or even your sustainability position. It's a fact. It happens.
Yes,
So, yeah, don't be so reliant on softwares. Software is just a tool. It's not a be-all or end-all. Just because it helps you with reporting, it doesn't solve all your problems. It probably solves 30% of your problem, which is basically collating reporting. That's it. Not the sense and the thinking part behind it.
And just, you know, I'm sure many of you are aware, action is being taken against boards and individual directors themselves in terms of not acting on climate change issues and misrepresenting to shareholders. You will see there's a lot of legal actions that's been taken worldwide, not yet in Malaysia, but it doesn't mean it won't.
I think what we need to focus on more is the financial impact reporting. Climate data is there. We can do it. Transition planning is there. If you're going to spend, like I said, $15 million on our technology, you better do your cost-benefit analysis. What about your waste management? How many companies report on waste recycling and are not able to tell you how much they save, how much carbon they have reduced, how much cost efficiencies they have achieved? Number one, energy efficiency, water efficiency, training program, everything that comes under the E and the S. We have a huge weakness there. I think that's where we should address first. Yeah.
Yeah, we just want to have a last closing remarks, maybe. Yeah, last one. Oh, would you like a question? Okay, please, Datuk Henry Barlow. Last question. We've only got 2 minutes left. Yeah. You have a mic there.
On your chair.
It's
On your
right.
chair.
It's
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Click on the.
Probably the other one, Datuk.
It's all right, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, with regards to compliance, if you're going to mandate TCFD, and in a sense, BORA has already done that from 2025 to 2027. So if BORA mandates TCFD reporting next year, let's say for example, I will say probably our top 50 companies, those that are on FTSE for Good, will be in a position to report. In fact, we have worked with some companies which are already working on TCFD reporting. The problem for the rest of, not even small caps, the rest of the mid caps, the big caps, small caps, mid caps and small caps, the rest of the companies is that Malaysia, as Michele has mentioned, we are too compliant based. We are too, the boards especially and senior management especially, are too focused on compliance. So if there is no compliant requirement for next year, a lot of the companies will, that number one of the reasons is, will not do it until it becomes a compliance matter. That's number one. The second thing is, a lot of companies, mid-cap and the smaller cap, let's not even talk about the ACE market, right? Don't see climate change as an issue. Despite the fact that I've talked to some of them, we work with some of them, SMEs in Berhad, which are big enough actually to be not SMEs. Despite the fact that they are suffering production disruption from flood, they are suffering supply disruption from flooding and lack of resources due to lack of water or things like that, they don't see it as a climate change impact. Right, so they don't feel that it is something that they need to tackle at this present moment. They feel that their biggest hurdle is actually what you call post-COVID recovery. That's what they like to say to me. They want to focus on the fundamentals, getting their customers up, getting their business case up. But a lot of them do forget that if they import or any one of their products go to exported to the EU, they're already hit by CSRD, they're already hit by CSDDD, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, that's CSRD, which actually talks about due diligence audits, and it also talks about double materiality, which is basically financial and impact, material impact and financial impact reporting. And a lot of EU companies which buy from Malaysia are actually impacted by this. So if you export to the EU, you're already hit by that. If you talk about CBAM, which is a cross-border adjustment mechanism, anything that you produce, if you don't know the carbon footprint of that, you have to pay a tax on. Right? And if you talk about CSDDD, which is Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which is basically ordering the EU ordering all EU-based companies to do audits on third-party suppliers on human rights. You're also hit by that. They haven't realized that. So it hasn't hit them yet on the bottom line.
Cheng,
so that's
I
the
think we'll have
problem.
to, thank you. Just a correction there. CBAM is Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism.
Carbon border,
Right, not cross-border.
Sorry.
That's okay. Sustainability reporting is definitely something that needs to be looked at from the perspective of something that's to motivate companies to make profit, right? To be able to access different types of capital, And I think only with that, then I think this will be embraced and mainstream in a big way, because it's shouldn't be seen as a burden, as something very encumbering.
Not a short-term measure as well. It's
no
long-term.
business case.
It's very long-term.
To put it succinctly, we haven't put the business case
That's right.
to those companies.
And the chain is as strong as the smallest link, so every small company matters. because we saw with the pandemic, right, that one company in one part of the value chain can affect, right, products or distribution down the line. So I think with that, I'd like to give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much for your attention.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Rizal. Thank you, Ravinderjit, Michele, and also Phang. Now, this is what happens when you have three beautiful, intelligent, and outstanding ladies up on stage. And another one here as well. Hello, good morning. How are you, my dearest?
Ras. I'm eating into the tea time, so ready to start.
Dr. Kalanithi Nesaretnam, the co-founder and Deputy Chairperson Climate Governance Malaysia. This morning, she will be speaking to us on why climate governance. Dipersilakan.
Thank you so much, Raz. Good morning, everyone. I know I'm standing between you and your tea break, so let me be very fast. Why climate governance was given to me by Sunita, so let me see whether I can, do justice to the topic. And I know all of you are enjoying the 3 days here. But do you really know who we are? Climate Governance Malaysia. I'm co-founder with Sunita, and we are a not-for-profit organization. The council members are all directors of listed companies. So you can see, we're all busy, very little time. Sunita is a hard taskmaster, so that's why we all look very old for our age. So we are a global network of PLC directors. And what is the mission? The mission is to transition to a net zero economy by 2050. But I'm on the same page as Niloy Banerjee, who spoke on the first day. I think 2050 is ridiculous. It's today. I'm not as cool and calm as Apurva. He says you have to be cool, calm, build resilience and build solutions. Yeah, but we are in an era of global warming. So this is Antonio Guterres, the UN SecGen, who's clearly stated we are in the era of global boiling. Just like the fable of the frog, we are in a pot cooking away, slowly. We don't realize it, to happily sitting there dying. Okay, so that's humanity ignoring, decades and decades of warning about global warming. And today we are, especially July, hit us crazy and slowly dying away, yeah? So what keeps me awake at night? It's the scientists measuring the CO2 levels in the atmosphere. So in July, when we were, when the Northern Hemisphere was burning away, it was 424 parts per million, okay? 424. Normally it's 419, 420. The safe level is 350 parts per million of CO2 emissions, okay? And at 600 parts per million, it's climate endgame, okay? It's human extinction. So we are not very far away, 424 to 600. So that's why we have to do everything, everywhere, all at once, now. So that the CO2 emissions in the atmosphere is causing the sea level rise, the Arctic sea ice to melt away, and the glaciers to retreat. And, July, Northern Hemisphere was burning away, one side burning, one side floods. And in the US, Canada, the fires caused the haze. In New York, people had to wear, masks to protect themselves. I think the latest was Maui in Hawaii. They had, terrible fires. And moving on, okay, the ice melting away in Arctic and Antarctica. Last year, did you know that 10,000 baby emperor penguins, they drowned because they were on a sheet of ice that melted away, and they hadn't developed their waterproof wings as yet, so 10,000 emperor penguins drowned. This is me here holding, it doesn't look like it's in my hair, but it's not. I'm holding sargassum in my hand. Looks like my hair though. I was in Barbados working in June this year for 2 weeks. And I'm sure you all have heard of the Prime Minister, Mia Mottley. She's a climate activist, very articulate at COP meetings, because Barbados, they are under threat. It's as a consequence of climate change and all that. The low-lying islands are all disappearing. So when I was there in Barbados, the International Renewable Energy Agency was also having a 3-day meeting where they're looking for funding. And Mia Mottley, Barbados Prime Minister, she has amazing climate ambitions. She wants, by 2030 for Barbados to be 100% renewable energy driven. Yeah, and Barbados and the other Caribbean islands are getting support from the United States, to try and get them to move faster to help the country. So this, of course, as a consequence of the sea rise, increase in sea temperature, they are having more severe hurricanes as well. And this is another phenomenon. I read about sargassum, but had never seen it. So it's naturally prevalent in the Atlantic Ocean and Caribbean seas, but suddenly because of the increase in the rise in temperature of oceans, there's a proliferation of sargassum, and billions is being spent trying to get rid of sargassum. Why? Because as it dries onto the beaches, it releases hydrogen sulfide, so it's toxic, and it's hurting of course, it's aesthetically, of course, not attractive as well. So at the Hilton where I was staying, I saw the staff just continuing to remove sargassum. Okay, so did you all know that there are more climate migrants compared to war migrants? And it's unfortunate that this is happening in the poorer nations like Africa. And the other side, there are droughts, flooding. For example, in Pakistan, last year, 1/3 of Pakistan was underwater, so, they couldn't export their basmati rice. And today, I think you all know that imported rice is 36% higher than, previously. So this is now food security due to climate change. Okay, so because of all this and the climate emergency, Paris Agreement 2015, they said that we have to get to stay close to 1.5 degrees as possible, and then, get to net zero by, like I said, 2050, but half your emissions by 2030, but really we need to do something drastically now. So we hope there'll be some good news this year at COP28 in Dubai. I think you heard from YB Nick Nazmi that Malaysian delegation will be headed by the King and the Prime Minister. So we hope that there will be a lot of good news because we need it. So that's where we want to be, net zero, and half the emissions in 2030. But the reality is, compared to 2016, we are heading really, double the emissions compared to, wanting to halve it. So the reality is that we are not on track. And if you heard, I think, Niloy Banerjee on Monday, he said, we'll be hitting 3 degrees in 2050. And if you remember Serena, she said Penang is already 1.5 degrees. So where are the emissions coming from? It's energy. 73% is energy, so that's why you hear about NET-R, Malaysia's NET-R program. Everything is about transitioning away from oil and gas, from coal, and the idea is to ensure that it's a just transition. So a just transition, someone asked me, or I'm going to be asked tomorrow when I speak at Eco Business, what about just transition? Are you discussing it at your board level? I sit on the board of IOI. I also chair the board sustainability committee at IOI. Trust me, we are just starting our net zero journey. Well, we've been doing it for 30 years, but other companies are just starting. You're talking about just transition. We've just started our net zero targets. So, but the thing is, a lot of companies want to go into renewable energy. So my dear friend works for DG Celcom, and he's under pressure to bring, to decarbonize. So he said he's done as much as he can to decarbonize, because it's from headquarters getting all the headache. So I said, so what are you going to do for the rest? I'm going to set up LSS, large scale solar. I said, where are you doing it? What about the biodiversity? Are you worried about whether you're going to be on forested land, degraded land, hurting biodiversity? He said, that's not my problem. I'm leaving it to the sustainability division. Okay, so this is a just transition. When you go into large-scale solar, because you're now under pressure to go into renewables and all that, please make sure that you're also looking at whether you're hurting the community, hurting biodiversity. Of course, in Europe, as they, coal miners were laid off, they had to reskill them, so money was put into that. Petronas has set up a just transition fund, because they are also moving away from into renewables. So much to do. Okay. So Malaysia's climate response, net zero as early as 2050. Okay, very good. We have My Climate Action Council that's chaired by the Prime Minister as well. And Malaysia also, I'm not showing you numbers because, our temperature is going to rise. Okay, this is all predictions already done. Sea level rising and also more rainfall. I always put up this slide because NARIM, the National Hydraulic Research Institute of Malaysia, they've predicted that by 2050, this area, Port Klang, Shah Alam, blah, 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 will be underwater by 2050. And I always, when I talk, I say, get your boats ready. I live in Shah Alam. You will have a sea facing home soon. So in December 2021, I was in London, and my friend Tunku Alina calls me, Kala, you always joke about getting the boat ready. By the way, I'm sure some of you follow me on LinkedIn. We got our boat already, okay? So she said, Kala, Shah Alam is underwater. I said, yes. My neighbors couldn't even get home because we live in section 13 at the golf club. Giant, you couldn't even see the roof. It was that bad, okay? So forget about 2050. Tomorrow you're going to be underwater. And there's a professor from USM who has predicted that Prai and Kedah will be underwater in 10 years' time. And he's asking the right questions. Adaptation. Are the farmers, do they have drought-resistant paddy? Nobody is looking at all this. If you have property in Shah Alam, what are you going to do, What are you going to do in Prai and Kedah, where in 10 years' time, not in 2050, you're going to be underwater? So, recent new developments, good to know. The government's taking a lot of, action. The NET-R, energy transition roadmap. Nick Nazmi said that there will be an energy efficient climate conservation act table before the end of the year. We're all looking forward to it because, he said even us, householders, we can rent out our roof space for solar and then, either use it for yourself or sell it back to the grid. So we're all looking forward to all this because these are the only ways we can transition. How am I doing? Okay, so today my focus, why climate governance is on businesses. Yeah, because like I told you, CGM, our mission is to get listed companies to address climate risks. So the pressure today for us is from our investors, regulators, banks. Banks don't want to lend you money unless you're green. Consumers, they want you to be sustainable. Our trading partners, you heard about CBAM, and the young people don't want to work for you unless you are green. So pressure from investors locally, EPF has already told us by all their investments will be based on ESG practice by 2030. BlackRock, we used to get letters from the CEO Larry Fink every year about, you have to be ESG compliant. This year, he didn't. I think some of you know why. Jomo Sundram alluded to it. Please go and read Tariq Fancy's article. You will know it's all political. My son is an investment banker. I said, hey, he's unlike me, he's a capitalist. And my son, I said, son, there's ESG funds. He said, Mom, there's money to be made. Get real, Mom. Okay, anyway, so the Institutional Investors Council in Malaysia, they also go make their rounds of all the listed entities, and they tell them, you have to address climate risk. MSWG they've already told that they're going to start, at our AGMs to start asking questions, whether you are addressing, climate, etc. And then finally, there are activist shareholders like Client Earth. The CEO, Laura Clark, was the British High Commissioner to New Zealand until very recently. She came back. She's now the CEO of Client Earth. They are frustrated at oil and gas companies, the fact that they're not moving the needle. So how do you take action into your own hands? You become a shareholder there and you sue the companies. So this year, Shell directors were sued because their net zero targets were not robust enough. Okay, and then engine number one, I'm sure you heard about engine number one. Tan Sri Wan, was removed because they want directors with other, mindsets. Litigation, okay. Today, this is 2023, 1,522 litigation cases in the US alone, and Australia, I think, is number 2. Altogether, more than 2,000 litigation cases. And for us, I think you've already heard from the panel members just now that BORA is making it mandatory that we report 11 common themes now, objectively, quantitatively, no more qualitative. And it's sad that even though mandatory reporting in Malaysia, started in 2015, a lot of companies are still clueless about what to do. And then, I do mandatory accreditation program for new directors, and last week I did one, and I was asked a question, where can I get a CSO? That was a question posed to me, where can I get a CSO? How about you start looking at your operations and getting, the CSO is not going to sort it. Of course, it's great to have a CSO come in and start the whole thing, but honestly, it starts here, okay? There must be a desire. Your board members need to know a little bit more, and I'll touch on that later. And then you heard about TCFD reporting 2025. Next year for banks, financial institutions, and the rest of us, 2025. And then these are, I think you've already heard, the 11 common themes that we need to report on, mandatory and objective. You've got to, if it's anti-corruption, how many incidences did you have? And you've got to give 3 years data, not just this year, 3 years data, maybe 1, maybe 2. They want to know numbers. How are you treating your migrant workers? Is there a platform for social grievances to be reported to you? Yeah, these are things that they want to know. Consumer pressure, Unilever has already started putting carbon footprint on their food packaging. So, the other, I'm sure the other companies, Nestle and all, will be starting soon. And our trading partners. So, those of us who are trading on the international platform, you already heard from KPMG that, we will have to report on double materiality because next year, January 2024, CSRD is compulsory, it's mandatory for European companies. So if you're a supply chain to them, you will also have to start CSRD, and the standard just came out, okay? So, and this EU Green Deal, I'm sure you heard Michele, it started way back in the year 2000. So they want to be climate neutral by 2050. They want to protect human life, animals and plants, and by cutting pollution, help companies become world leaders in clean products and technology, and ensure a just transition. So with this EU Green Deal comes CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. And if you are dealing in any of these 6 commodities and selling it to Europe, make sure you reduce your emissions or face a penalty. And for us in the plantation sector, we have to deal with the EU deforestation regulation, so show evidence that even your supply chain is not deforesting. There's due diligence on human rights. So many challenges that we need to address, but it's got to be done, okay? Finally, what do we need to do as individuals and companies and countries? Reduce, substitute, and sequester. Actually, the reduction here, if you can't read it anyway. I did it for some youths. I was telling them at Parliament last week what they need to do at their homes. For example, reduce your energy bill at home, air conditioning. Don't freeze here in the room. Keep it at 24. Lights, fans, fridge. Buy energy efficient fridge. Water consumption, be mindful how you're using your washing machine. Don't load it unless you have a full load. Reduce your food waste, compost your organic waste at home, reduce the use of plastic, harvest rainwater, substitute with solar. We hope the Energy Efficient Conservation Act comes out fast, and sequester, plant trees. Okay, so very quickly on the CGM is a World Economic Forum initiative, and the World Economic Forum has come up with 8 principles for board of directors, how to govern. Number 1 is climate accountability. You just heard Michele say that, we have a fiduciary duty for financial risk, but today, Tan Sri Zarina Anwar and Topan Janet Uy of Screen, they've come up with a 54-page legal opinion that directors, we are also under common law liable for climate risk. So it's no more fun being directors on PLCs. So subject command directors must know the subject, sustainability, ESG, climate. Otherwise, how are you going to ask your management the right questions? You don't know. So go get upskilling. There are courses out there you can, enroll for and get answers and then be intelligent on your boards. Board structure, if you are desirous really of net zero targets and all that, best to have a board sustainability committee so you can, get the right strategies going so that you can tackle net zero targets. Materials assessment, you've already heard about that. Strategic integration, already discussed earlier. Incentivization. Your KPI of your C-suite, if you get them to be aligned with the ESG and climate indicators, you find that they get very, very innovative, and that's what Apurva was saying. We need innovation today, solutions to address this climate emergency. Reporting and disclosure, no greenwashing, and finally, exchange. So it's nice to chat with your board, management and board have a nice powwow, very nice, but really bring in NGOs, bring in climate scientists who have current data, who can tell you how to manage your organization. Finally, we don't have planet B. I always used to say that I'm here to save the planet. I stopped saying that. The planet will surely survive. I now say I'm trying to save all of us. Yeah, humanity will die. Okay, so this is a picture taken from my parents' home in Titiwangsa. Beautiful, the lake and the Twin Towers. This is from my neighbor's house in Shah Alam. That cute baby eagle owl was born last year, and this is the mother. And, we had professional photographers from around the country coming to take these pictures. So what I'm trying to say is, let's leave this planet as beautiful as it is today so that the future generation can enjoy it, yeah? And again, Antonio Guterres, do everything, everywhere, all at once. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Dr. Kala, thank you. That was really eye-opener. During the floods in Selangor, I was there, we were in helis, and we were seeing people on rooftops, and we couldn't fly to certain places where the Orang Asli were because otherwise their rooftops would fly off. And we were just sending ration, but what happened was, in the end, there were some people on the rooftops, asking for help, and we had to carry them up. And does the Selangor state know that they're going to be underwater soon? Yep. They do?
I think they do, but the question is, what are they doing about it, Ras? So, adaptation is what we need right now. So,
I mean, we're
I can't
we're
speak
not-
for the
we're-
state government.
Yeah, but we're not going to be like Jakarta, right? They're doing a new city elsewhere. Where can we go? So, yeah, we have to prepare ourselves. But like what you mentioned just now, Fable of the Frog. I haven't heard that for a long time. We are actually taking our time, ladies and gentlemen. And what Doctor is saying, we have to work fast, really fast. So, okay, any questions for her, please?
Go for your coffee, I'm sure. Yeah, you can catch me outside. Happy to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm going to press the button. Yeah, next to you until it goes red. No? Are they? Yeah, you're on.
Okay, you're on.
Go ahead. Oh,
Oh, green.
but I can hear you. Yeah. So actually, to be fair, companies have started because mandatory reporting started in 2015. But people are not doing with their heart. It's all with their wallet. They're thinking with their wallet, right? So they've given some consultant to do the sustainable reporting, so it comes out beautiful, and all that, and glossy, etc., etc. But they have, in a way, started because of compliance, right? So the idea now is to persuade, encourage the company, especially starts with the board of directors, to say, hey guys, here's a serious problem. You need to address it. And I'm glad that, Bursa has now come up with this very simple 11 themes, 9 for now. And if you really look at the indicators, it is very straightforward. There are 22 indicators for the 11 themes. And really, you can do it. It's nothing too difficult. Start there, and then, I learned so much from this conference as well. I didn't know that, Securities Commission through capital markets was helping SMEs and all that. We have a moral obligation to our supply chain. So we have every year a stakeholder consultation forum with all our supply chain because, it is my duty to help and assist them to also start the journey. Otherwise, how am I going to get to net zero if the supply chain cannot, contribute, right? So it's everyone has to do their little bit to get there. Yeah?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kala. Thank you very much, everyone. And you will be able to catch her outside. You won't miss her. And really, that one just now, it looked like your hair when you were holding it.
Sorry. No, the sarcasm. I thought, oh my God, am I holding my own hair?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, actually, we don't have much time for a break, but I'd just like to ask you if some of you would like to go to the loo for a bit, just rush out and come back in because we're going to speak about how the environment drives our well-being in a moment. Okay, so just stretch and come back again because Dr. Glen will be speaking with us later.
Okay, is that working okay? Yeah, is that okay? Can you hear me? Great.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah,
Getting
perfectly
ready.
fine. Thank you.
files. Whoopsie. Let's turn it off. Actually, I don't need that, Oopsie.
Moderator.
Okay, friends, the ones outside, come on in, please, as we are running behind time. We would like to continue. Kepada yang berada di luar dewan, saya pohon untuk kalian sila masuk ke dalam kerana kita akan memulakan majlis tidak lama lagi. morning, how are you? Good to see you. Ras, apa khabar? Staying under quietly. But you brought yourself a jacket, right? Whew. We froze on the first day. Yeah. Okay, let's go straight into it. Tone Jean, is that you? Tone, is that you, Tone? Hi, Assalamualaikum. It's me, Ras. So good to see you. Okay, we are going to go straight into it because we are really dah terlambat. So let's move on. We'll be speaking on balancing conservation and well-being. On stage is Datuk Dr. John Payne, Director of BORA, Dr. Reuben Clements, Gopalasamy, Sustainable Finance Specialist, Zoological Society of London. Our session will be moderated by Datuk Henry Barlow, the CGM Council member. We have invited Datuk Dr. Glen Reynolds, and he's in London. Hello, how are you? It's 4 in the morning, I'm so sorry. So
good to be with you.
Good to see you. So I'm going to pass the mic over to Datuk Henry.
Welcome to our workshop, Balancing Conservation and Wellbeing. We have the following participants. On my left, Reuben Clements, 18 years experience as a conservation scientist in Malaysia and helped set up a 30,000 hectare protected area at Kenya in Terengganu. Now Sustainable Finance Specialist with the Zoological Society of London. On my right is John Payne, biologist and PR of Sabah, came to Phang from UK in 1975 and stayed thereafter and spent half of that time with WWF. Datuk Glen Reynolds, who is on the screen here, sorry to disturb you at such an early hour in the morning, Glen. He has for over 20 years headed the highly successful UK Royal Society supported Southeast Asian Rainforest Research Programme based on Downham Valley near Lahad Datu in Sabah. I'm Henry Barlow with over 50 years experience in the oil palm plantation industry. I'll be asking John to present, then Reuben will explain a slide which will form the basis of our discussion with hopefully input from the floor for the remainder of the session. So John, may I ask you now to present?
Henry, I'm going to move over here. So good day to all. I'm going to talk from a prepared presentation in view of time constraints. And thanks, Henry, and thanks. I must express thanks to the CGM Council and the team for inviting here, giving me the privilege to speak. I'm going to aim to keep to 5 minutes. And at first glance, I think it seems to be there's rather little overlap between my background, which you've just heard, and what most of you do, and even to some extent the underlying theme of this workshop. But I always think that new things tend to come out of interactions between people with different backgrounds. So over the period 1980 to 2020, along with many colleagues, I was consumed by attempts to prevent the extinction of the Asian hairy rhinoceros, which is misleadingly known as the Sumatran rhino. The last ones died under the care of my small NGO, Borneo Rhino Alliance in Malaysia, in 2019. But we've continued our work because we learned many lessons in our little NGO from how to manage rare species, which of course is part of biodiversity. The common story is that this ancient species of rhino went extinct due to poaching and habitat loss. But I can assure you, after devoting many thousands of days and sleepless nights and participation in many meetings over 40 years, that the demise of this rhino species is down to a combination of its demography, skewed towards older individuals, much worse than what we see in human populations in China and Japan, by the way, and a population density, crucial, a population density of wild rhinos that was chronically low to sustain normal reproduction over many, many hundreds of years. And on top of that, there was a dysfunctional international system that allowed many people with little understanding of the biology of wildlife to repeatedly provide opinions that led to inaction. For fairness, I must add, in this particular case, it was also the sustained refusal of Indonesia to collaborate with Malaysia that led to its demise. So I'm wondering which you think are the next species that might go extinct in Malaysia. And in view of time constraints, we won't have a quiz, but I'm going to talk a bit about the Malayan tiger. And I must add that I'm not officially a tiger expert. I've spent most of my life in Sabah, where there aren't any tigers. But I do have those years of experience I've just outlined on the rhino, of the trajectory that we've seen with a solitary rainforest mammal, in this case, the Asian hairy rhino. So for tigers, if we filter out poaching, which we tend to think of as the issue, the natural population density of tigers in Malaysia is about 1 or 2 per 100 square kilometers, which is about 50 times lower than the human population density in the Sahara Desert. And it's 10 times lower than the population density of tigers in protected areas in India. So perhaps you can glimpse why I might be alarmed at the similarity with the now extinct rhino and the tiger. And I think when numbers of species get very low, even less than 1,000 or so, it really doesn't matter how many of them there are. They're already endangered. So if, by contrast, if we imagine that there are only 100 people, 1,000 people left in the world, scattered in Malaysia, with no internet connection, would the priority be just to count them or to do something about the predicament? I tend to think that surveys to estimate numbers of rare animals are rarely of much use. They tell us of little of value on management. And what matters again, like the rhino, is demography, population density, reproductive health, and crucially, adequate and constantly available food to allow mature females of any species of mammal to bear pregnancies, give birth, produce milk, and get back into condition to allow a normal reproductive cycle. As most of the best Malayan tiger habitat has already been lost, there is now, in my analysis, only one way to prevent its extinction, and that is to boost the carrying capacity of the land allocated for tigers by ensuring that there's always enough food for them to recover their numbers and normal reproduction. And as you probably can guess, Malayan tiger food is basically rusa, deer, and wild pigs. And each wild tiger needs about one of those per week to survive and be healthy. And as you also may know, there's very few rusa, the wild deer, in the forests of Malaysia nowadays. And wild pigs have really been almost wiped out in Malaysia, literally, by African swine flu, which arrived in Malaysia in early 2021. So a program, in my view, to massively boost the production of rusa and wild pig food in the last tiger habitats in Malaysia to levels similar to those found naturally in India, by greatly boosting the food production of those prey species on damaged and deforested land, no need to cut down any trees, is really the only way forward to save the Malayan tiger. And this is why I'm very excited by the decision of the Crown Prince of Phang, as we learned a couple of days ago, to establish and manage a new Malayan tiger reserve in Phang. So in closing, why did I tell you this? Well, one reason I think simply is to provide an insight in what wildlife management or conservation NGOs do in Malaysia, or at least should be doing. But I also see a number of intriguing points relevant to SMEs and to the challenge of addressing global heating and climate change. And firstly, as I learned when I was much younger, the so-called stop-loss approach to investments won't work either for business enterprises or rare species. We all just have to embark on our own journey and do whatever we can to ensure that things will eventually work out. Secondly, some other people have alluded today, is doing the same thing again and again are recipes for failure. We need to work out what are the underlying problems, what they really are, and think of solutions, crucially, at the right scale in time and space. Thirdly, also alluded to just now by Kala, was to note the boiling frog syndrome, whereby we tend to fail to notice or act upon slow incremental change over many years. And as we see with wildlife, that leads to extinction. And finally, very crucially, I think, it takes small groups of concerned people acting in a vast mass of inertia to initiate and bring to fruition our desired outcome. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, John. May I now invite Reuben to explain the slide which he has put up in front of you, and we will then open the discussion. Reuben, over to you.
Thank you, Henry. Nice to be here. Thanks, CGM, for having me here. And my name is Reuben. I used to be an academic working in the university, day in, day out, joining the jam to my university every day, stressed from work. And I left academia in April and look a lot happier. Why? Because I discovered a very important forest patch near my house in Bukit Kiara. And there's friends of Bukit Kiara here, Kerban over there, who is in charge of, or who works with very nice people, helping to protect Bukit Kiara. I went there every morning, and suddenly I felt a change. I felt an increase in my immunity, perhaps. I got less sick. I felt less stressed. My cortisol levels probably reduced. There's so much research, tons of research showing how forests are so important for mental and physical well-being. I don't need to tell you all this. You all know this. How many people walk in the forest? How many people take weekend walks every day? Or every day? So many people here. All right, great. So there's wonderful forests in the Klang Valley, like Bukit Kiara, to protect, and private sector needs to chip in more money to protect these forests. It's not just for our well-being, but also for the well-being of animals. And I've been working for 13 years in the forest in Terengganu, where we helped create a state park. It's called the Kenya State Park, 30,000 hectares. There was no more logging anymore. We stopped the logging, and we created this wonderful protected area. Why? Because it's so important for other services that forests provide. I used to work on tigers, trying to stop poaching. It was a lot of work, but I felt without the habitat, all these species are going to go. So I'm going to devote the next few years of my life to try to save more ecosystems. And in Terengganu, where we're working in Kenya State Park, we're helping to ensure the forests are there to provide more services. For example, pollination. So I brought a friend here. Her name is Flora. Anybody can tell me what this animal is? A bat. Specifically, what does it look like to you? One of the large fruit bats in Malaysia, the flying fox, right? So flying foxes, my wife, Dr. Shima Aziz, she works on flying foxes, and she found that it's very important for the pollination of durian. So all of you know, without bats, we won't have wonderful, delicious durians. So again, how protecting the forest, which are the habitats for bats, are so important for our durian fix, but also for dispersing lots of seeds to ensure that more forests are there. So it's not just that animals like the bats, we don't want them to be stressed out, because what happens when animals are stressed out? They shed viruses. And how much did we lose from the last pandemic? Trillions of dollars globally. And if you're in charge of a business, you want more forests out there to ensure that we're not getting the next pandemic, because we want to keep bats happy, we want to keep animals happy so they don't shed viruses. So apart from all these other services, there's a lot of provisioning services, and something is missing out there. I think Glen and I will talk about briefly is also the provision of jobs for people, livelihoods for people. Our projects are also employing lots of rangers, lots of guides in our projects, and I think Glen might tell you a bit more about after this. Maybe we can put his face back on here first. So yeah, Glen, take it away.
Thank you very much indeed for that presentation. Can we start with a question for Glen? I realise that in the focus of SERP science has been largely ecological, but are there any findings from your 40-year research programme which have particular relevance for human livelihood and well-being?
Thanks, Henry, and again, thanks for inviting me to participate in the seminar. I guess two things spring to mind, and the first sort of speaks to some of the issues that both John and Reuben have flagged. I guess if there's one sort of overarching strategic finding of strategic importance from our program, it's just how resilient tropical forests are, and that even very degraded forests still support very high levels of biodiversity. So in terms of climate action, I think the most important thing that we can do, and this is very much rooted in scientific evidence, is not to do any more harm. So don't mess up forest, don't clear forest. If the opportunity exists to protect forest, then take it. I caught the end of Dr. Kala's presentation, and at the risk of taking slight issue with one of the things that Kala said around tree planting, which is fantastic. But I think if you think about a sort of a hierarchy of action that can be taken to mitigate climate change, to protect biodiversity, to protect well-being and livelihoods, is to do no further damage. So rather than planting trees as a priority, I think the scientific evidence is clear that the first priority should be to do no further harm. So protect what's left. By whatever means is possible, and I'll perhaps say something about the importance, in my view, of carbon financing initiatives to protect forest. I guess the second thing I would say, and sort of perhaps at a slightly sort of finer scale, a lot of our work has demonstrated the importance of riparian reserves, so the strips of habitat of forest that exist along rivers. So these areas are disproportionately important, not just in terms of biodiversity conservation, but erosion control and water quality. Our colleagues have developed tools for identifying particularly important areas, and also guidance around how wide these riparian strips need to be in order to support crucial ecological functions. So, we know an awful lot about how to manage these really very important areas, how to design them, how wide they need to be, how to restore functioning where riparian forests have been degraded and in some cases lost. So I think those are the two areas that I would sort of immediately flag. Thanks, Henry.
Thank you very much, Glen. A question for Reuben. Can you comment on how human well-being is linked to your work?
So I just gave some examples just now earlier about why we need more forests, and I think what we're facing right now in our conservation work is we're facing a lot of burnt-out conservationists. We're facing a lot of people who don't get enough mental health support to do the conservation work, and if we don't have conservation scientists and conservationists on the ground who have the good support network, I think we're not going to have enough of them be able to do their jobs properly to help conserve ecosystems and species. I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we see on the ground, as the lack of support in those sense, but not just mental health support, but also financial support. And I think right now, as Glen is showing, we need to look at landscape level scale projects, to get more funding in, to save what's there, do no further harm, and get more of these projects financed, because that's one of also the reasons why our NGO closed, the lack of financial support. And that itself takes a toll on our well-being, not even have enough funds to do our conservation work. Eventually we had to close our NGO of 10 years. So this one, just because grants are not sustainable, we don't have enough grants to do the work. And right now, long-term financing in the form of carbon financing is the new promise, because it's 30-year funding for us to do the work, hopefully without interruption. And that's what's going to get more action and more impact on the ground. And again, the well-being of the people doing the job is so important for us to continue protecting the species. And we hope to find that balance somewhere, because right now there's really an imbalance in terms of funding coming in to support us, as well as not enough support from for the mental health and physical health of our workers on the ground.
Very much. And a question for John. You dramatically explained the impending extinction of the Malay tiger and seladang in peninsular Malaysia. Would you like to comment on how many and what other types of organization or animals risk extinction, and what this reduction in biodiversity means for us?
Few things. A more generic point is this. That the son of the man Arrhenius, a Swedish man who first scientifically showed that global warming will happen, he had a son who was a biologist. And more than 100 years ago, he published something which we know as the species area curve. And I have no slide, but what it shows, if you start up with all the land, that could have been all Malaysia, all of Asia, you have 100% of species. You've got numbers that way. And if you take the area of land, you have a curve. So as the amount of habitat gets less, there's not a straight line relationship, there's a curve. And it turns out that, very roughly, both empirically and studies subsequently, if you lose half of the natural habitat, about half, sooner or later you lose 10% of the species. It's sort of an empirical thing that happens. So I give that generic point to say that probably sort of 90% of our biodiversity, let's take Malaysia, will sort of survive in the long term. Some might die out, some might new evolution. But the things that are most at risk would tend to be like the tiger, the seladang, wild cattle, orangutan, things that need very large areas of habitat to sustain large breeding populations. So they're one thing at risk. So I'll just mention those. The wild cattle of Malaysia, the seladang is another one. Other things will be that a very localized distribution, say on limestone and so on. I think I might leave it at that, Henry. Those are the general points I'd like to make.
Thank you very much for that. We've covered a number of subjects in the few minutes so far, and I'd now like to open the discussion to the attendees here. If you would like to ask the panelists any questions, would you please wave your hand vigorously and see if you can get to a microphone which works, please. Any questions? Comments? Curious lack, so I will produce another question. Is there somebody there? Yeah, please. Press the other button to make it go red.
All right, got it. Okay. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. And I think I agree with the presenters in terms of preserving what's left is just as important as replanting. But the concern that I have now is that sources that have been doing satellite mapping of forests, and you can look this up on the internet, satellite surveys have indicated that Malaysia doesn't really actually have that 51 or 50+% forest cover, right? But we're touting that number, as Malaysia's, badge of honor in terms of, its climate action, and it's reported in the what they call the NDCC, which is our carbon reporting to the UNFCCC. So, you know, if our forest cover, according to the satellite maps, is less than that 50%, it does skew our carbon budget, but also it will skew any target that you want to set for carbon, for reforestation, one, and for maintaining what is left. So, you know, that's my concern, that it would skew the efforts if our baseline is not even set correctly. What do you think?
May I pass this question to Glen, please? Because I think you have quite a lot of experience of LiDAR and assessment of forest cover.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I mean, I suspect that I've not looked at the most recent assessments, but I expect you're right, and that you know, the forested total for Malaysia is hovering somewhere around 50%. I mean, to some extent, it depends where, how you define forests, and that you know, we could have hours and hours of discussion around that. But I mean, I think to return to the point that I made earlier, it's crucial that even degraded forest, that's sort of pushing the boundaries of where that definition of forest is retained. I mean, there seems to be a sort of a general view that once a forest has been logged a couple of times, it retains no ecological value. Well, our science has demonstrated very clearly that that's not the case. And picking up a couple of John's points, some of the species that he's flagged, but you know, larger mammals in particular, often do relatively well in even quite degraded forest, which you know, sort of underscores the importance of retaining these areas. But in terms of NDCs and so forth, one also, I think it's also important to recognise that while the sort of standing carbon stocks of degraded forests are obviously lower than less disturbed and pristine forests, in many cases they retain significant potential to regrow. So even quite degraded forests are really important in terms of removals of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So again, there's a really, really important case to be made around retaining anything that approximates as natural forest. In some cases, it will be important to enhance that recovery, possibly by tree planting, but that's often extremely expensive and in some settings not terribly successful. But you know, again, to sort of, without wishing to sound like a crack record, the importance is to the most important thing is to retain whatever forest cover is left. And you know, as I say, we can have hours of debate over what constitutes a forest, and I'd be slightly concerned about worrying too much about precisely where that definition sits, because you know, we could spend years dancing around on the head of a pin to decide whether Malaysia has 48 or 49 or 50% forest cover, but you know, the important thing is to retain what's left. And if I could also just sort of finally flip that equation, that right now means that forests are worth far more cut up and turned into plywood or whatever than they are standing and alive and performing all the functions that both John and Reuben have flagged. We've got to do something that injects value into standing forests, and that going forward, that won't be timber. It has to be something else. And in my view, the only thing on the immediate horizon that will inject value into forests is carbon financing.
Thank you very much. And quick comment from Reuben, and then our questioner from, I think now, the back.
Yeah, just want to add on to the point. We can dance around all these definitions of what's the right forest cover percentage, but it's open secret that There are some trees, even rubber trees are counted as forests in Malaysia, right? So we don't need to worry about all of that. Just try to adopt our own piece of land in Malaysia. Find your patch of forest, look after it. There are so many NGOs here in the audience here, TRCRC here, Glen working in Sabah. We adopted our own forest patches and just try to do our best to save it, whether it be through carbon financing or biodiversity credits is coming in now. Let's not worry too much about the metrics and targets because there are means to finance forest conservation. Let's just focus on that. Thanks.
Thank you. The gentleman who I think is now somewhere up at the back, who wished to ask a question. Okay, carry on. We can just hear you, yes.
Just hang on a second.
Thank you. Is that better? Can you hear me now? Yeah, okay, good. Dr. Reuben here from Friends of Bukit Kiara. Actually, it's been quite interesting what Glen has mentioned and about degraded forests. I'd just like to tell you that Bukit Kiara was actually a rubber estate for since the turn of the last century. And in 1975 or so, government acquired this rubber estate for public purpose, something like 1,500 acres. And we now have just a quarter of that green lung left, about something like 400 acres, 160 odd hectares. And what's really interesting about this is that for 40 years, there's been no activity in this area. It was a rubber estate, as I say. When we've started to do research and data gathering in Kiara over the last, I would say, decade, it's amazing the biodiversity which is there, which is now a secondary forest. It is regenerated, and the regeneration has been for many reasons. Partly also because some of that hilly terrain was never, converted into rubber trees. But also we have an adjoining, area called North Kiara, which is a Malay reserve land and has some of that original biodiversity there. So what is really interesting is that if you leave a piece of land and let it develop on its own, it's amazing what you can achieve in terms of biodiversity. And I think we have an amazing example of that in Kiara. And if any of you have not been there, I really welcome you to come and discover what is really a forest in a park, a forest in a really urban, right in the middle of the urban center. But the question about the issue, the question I really have is we are talking about protections of forests. We are talking about 50% cover, forest cover in Malaysia, but every day we see green lungs being tampered with. We are continuously under threat in Kiara, for example, against developments which are taking place adjacent to us. And so the question is, we could very quickly lose this 50% cover. So the question is, how do we have protections now today to make sure that this does not happen? And I think this is where the key questions are. And I'd like to hear from the panel and from Glen about how do we ensure that this is happening. Is the legislation, for example, in Malaysia good enough at this point in time to give us that protection? Or do we need a lot more community-based organizations to take this up? Our experience in Kiara has been that if not for the community over the last 30 years, we would have lost everything of the green lung, which is there. And so I'd just like to pose that question.
Thanks very much indeed. I think we're running short of time. Our MC has been making signs at me, so a quick comment, perhaps from Glen.
Sure. One perhaps slightly controversial comment. I think, firstly, it's important that Malaysia breaks the link between the funding of political parties and the awarding of timber contracts. That's still causing significant damage and loss to forests, and I was very encouraged that the Prime Minister made reference to this recently. I know Sabah best of all, but one still sees this happening in really high quality forests in Sabah in particular. Awarding timber contracts and contracts for clearing forests where it really ought not to be taking place. And secondly, again, to sort of beat the drum for carbon financing. Right now, I think it's the only viable option for injecting value into forests. And I take the point of, sorry, I didn't catch your name, who posed the question, but clearly community involvement, engagement across the spectrum, corporates, communities, civil society is crucial in protecting forests, but we've got to inject value into it. Biodiversity credits, which Reuben flagged, could well become important, but biodiversity is very difficult to measure, especially across different sites. How do you compare the value of a Malayan tiger with a orangutan or a hornbill or whatever? It's tricky. The metrics are hard. Carbon is easy. I'd again sort of bang the drum for that.
Thank you very much, Glen, for that nice punchy comment to, I'm afraid, now bring to an end this discussion. And I'd like to take this opportunity of thanking my 3 participants with me, Glen in particular, for being up at about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning to participate from London. And thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Datuk. All right, that was really interesting. Yes, if you haven't gone to Bukit Kiara, you should make the time to go, or even the one in Pantai Dalam. It's beautiful, and like what was suggested, we can adopt an area, a forest area, on our own, in our own way. Right after this, we will have a subject called, okay, hold the bat. Thank you. You'd be the only one who brought one to the summit. Thank you. Okay, next we'll be talking about biodiversity matters in business. Our panelists will be Encik Nizam Basirun, the Senior Manager, Petronas Nature and Biodiversity Centre of Excellence, Encik Rashid Anwaruddin, the Chief Sustainability Officer, Sime Derby Plantations, Dr. Surina Ismail, the Group Head of Sustainability IOI Group, Tuan Syed Mohazri, the Interim Chair, Malaysia Chair for Business and Biodiversity. And the session will be moderated by Luencia, the Group Chief Sustainability Officer of CIMB. Dipersilakan.
Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. I understand we only have 39 minutes left, so we will try and do this really quickly. I think the audience, both online and here, can see profiles of the panelists. I'm not going to introduce them because we'll be here for another 3 hours if I do. All right, so let's just quickly start. I think we've got a set of slides and very, very informative session for all of you. Now, I understand that many of you in the audience are from the SME community. And we'd heard very good introduction and kind of on an academic and theoretical point of view on biodiversity, why it's important, etc. Now let's bring that back to the business world and what exactly that means, what businesses should be doing, should not be doing, just as importantly, and what are some of the challenges and what businesses can do. All right, so let's go to our slides, please. I did have 2 slides on, planetary boundaries, but since we're out of time, suffice to say, that there has been a lot of focus on climate change, which is, I would say, very, very important, one of the most pressing issues of the day. But really, climate change is one of the many things that can kill us as a species on this planet. There are many other things like, biodiversity loss, for example, loss of fresh water, ocean acidification. All of these things are really important for the survival of our species. And if any of these go out of whack, we basically won't have a habitable planet to live on. And if you look at the various planetary boundaries, next slide, please. Next. Oh. Where do I point? I point that way? Okay. No, next, yeah, okay. So, and if you look at this slide, climate change being on your top left, you can see that biosphere integrity or biodiversity is at an even more critical stage than climate change. So this is something that we really need to focus on. And to give us a bit of an introduction, so today we're going to have Syed talk to us a little bit about biodiversity and what happens in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which is going to be something that is really important to the world and to Malaysia. And so he's going to give us a quick, only 10-minute talk about this. All right, over to you, Syed.
I need the rostrum because I need to cover some. So my name is Syed Mohazri bin Syed Hazari. I'm currently the interim chair of the Malaysia Platform for Business and Biodiversity. We are a platform that has been has been endorsed by the ministry, NRAC, since January 2020, but we just started our activities in 2022. So today I'll try my best to do the presentation within the time limit, which is now 10 minutes. And my mandate today would be 2. One is to briefly talk about biodiversity and ecosystem services, what are they all about, and then what Luann has said, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the new framework that has been that was agreed on in December of last year, and it's what I'm going to talk about is what is it, why is it important to businesses, how is it relevant to businesses, and how is it going to be implemented in Malaysia. And on the issue of biodiversity and ecosystem services, this is not going to be a very technical one. This is very brief. So I know that I can see from the audience there's a lot of experts. So I apologize if it's too brief and too simplified. It's not moving. So next slide, please. So the first one would be biodiversity and ecosystem services, or BESS. Next slide, please. As you know, biodiversity is a simplification or shorthand for biological diversity. In Malay, it is called Kepelbagaian biology. I just realized that the color is a bit much. But sorry. I'm not representing any political parties, by the way. Sorry. So, and biodiversity, there's like support system for the planet. And then there are 2 definitions that I've always used in my studies and presentations. One would be by National Geographic. Biodiversity refers to the variety of living species on Earth. So pretty much, and then UN Convention on Biological Diversity also defines it as variability among living organisms. this is the most important living organism. So everything that is living is biodiversity, including us, unfortunately. I don't know whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, but we are also biodiversity. So next slide, please. And then we talk about, when we talk about biodiversity, we have to talk about ecosystems and ecosystem services. So biodiversity underpins the function of ecosystems. Without biodiversity, there won't be any ecosystem. So what is an ecosystem? It is a dynamic complex of plant, animal, and microorganism communities and the non-living environment interacting as a functional unit. So ecosystem is the living and the non-living. So, and when I say non-living, it's only the ones that, it's not the mythical one, not the kuntilana and things like that. They're not part of ecosystem. So do not say, oh, Syed said it's the non-living is part of ecosystems. No. So, and then ecosystems provide a range of ecosystem services. I think we have heard in these 3 days, and just now was as well, about ecosystem services. What are they? They are benefits people receive from ecosystems. And at the moment, there's 4: provisioning, regulating, cultural, and supporting. Next slide, please. And what are they? Supporting services are the necessary for the production of all other services. This is the things like soil formation, photosynthesis, nutrients, and water cycling. And then we have the provisioning services, the products, the timber, the food, the genetic resources. They are called provisioning services. And then we have regulating services. They are the benefits obtained from the regulation of ecosystem processes like climate, water, disease, pest, erosion, etc. And we have the cultural ones, which are very related to humans, which are the non-material benefits from ecosystems like cultural diversity, spiritual and religious value, and etc. This is where, when people say, I feel less stress looking at a tree, for example. So next slide, please. So when we talk about biodiversity, it is more broader concept than diversity of species and habitats. And I think everyone from secondary school knows about flora and fauna. So they are also part of biodiversity. So when we talk about biodiversity loss, it is a consideration of a decline of species and habitats or a decline of ecosystems. So when you talk about biodiversity loss, it's not only hilang satu pokok, but it's actually a decline of a species or a decline of ecosystems. So, and as you know, human activities from all economic sectors both have impacts on biodiversity and depend on the services provided by healthy ecosystems. So next slide, please. So there are a lot of emerging concepts now: green infrastructure, pests, and then we have the mitigation hierarchy and no net loss, and then the most recent one is biodiversity credits. I think Glen has briefly talked about this in the previous section. And then next slide, please. And then when we talk about biodiversity by businesses, we need to talk about dependencies and the impacts. Next slide. So this is a simplified relationship within all this, where businesses will depend on biodiversity, literally depending on the ecosystem services, and then they also impact the biodiversity, and then the cycle goes around. Next slide, please. So all types of ecosystems, like I said just now, such as rivers, wetlands, or forests, provide a range of ecosystem services that also benefit humans. For example, forests supply timber and fiber, purify water, regulate climate, and yield genetic resources. I don't have to elaborate on this. It's very straightforward, and all industries and companies depend on biodiversity and ecosystem services in many different ways. So some depend on biodiversity via their supply chain, some actually by their direct operations. So next slide, please. So next slide, I don't want to bore you with this. And then we talk, when we have dependency, then we have impacts, and we know that the best are affected by many pressures throughout the business value chain at different scales. So, and then the impacts are often indirect, and the pressure can be immediate direct impacts. For example, land reclamation works to expand an industrial estate in a harbour area might cause serious indirect pressures on ecosystems. We can see the hoo-ha on one of the reclamation projects in the northern part of Malaysia. And then these pressures can also result in direct impacts, often difficult to identify. Okay, and assess and cause-effect relationship related to biodiversity are complex. So next slide, please. I have to go fast now. So biodiversity impact can be local, regional, or global. So it has to be location dependent, and it might either be destroyed or degraded. Like so, destroyed, complete loss of biodiversity. Degraded, the quality declines. And then next slide, please. And next slide. So drivers of biodiversity impacts, these are only among others, not all. Air pollution, water pollution, land use change, soil pollution. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Overexploitation, invasive alien species, climate change. Invasive alien species, if you read the news, the IPBES has just produced the report on invasive alien species. So you can read that and see what impacts the alien species has on biodiversity of the world. Next slide, please. And then the state of biodiversity, I think this can be lagi laju. Go ahead, next slide, please. So the world has 2.13 million of described species. Next slide. And then these are in 2015, these are the global biodiversity hotspots. I think now they have a more current map showing the hotspots, and you can see Malaysia is all green. They are part of a very good biodiversity hotspot. Next slide, please. And then in Malaysia, this is quoting NREC. We have 15,000 species of vascular plants, and we have more than 150,000 species of invertebrates, and they are all, there are a lot of non-described species. So next slide, please. So when we talk about biodiversity, we talk about the crisis, and then the IPBES in 2019 have reported that 1 million animal and plant species threatened with extinction, and the direct drivers of change in nature with the largest global impact, starting with those with the most impact, are changes in land and sea use, direct exploitation of organisms, climate change, pollution, and invasion of alien species. Next slide, please. And then we know that the 6 mass extinction has already begun, and we know what's the cause of this extinction is humans. And then we know that the predictions suggest a further 550 mammal species will be lost this century if we continue along the current path. So there's not no good news, all bad news. Next slide, please. And then this is also from IPBES. For the IPBES had a workshop on biodiversity and pandemics. It has shown that the reason why we had pandemics and epidemics in the world is because of the loss of biodiversity. And the most recent one is COVID-19. And the reason why I'm quoting a lot of IPBES is because I'm part of IPBES as well. And I'm one of the lead authors for the upcoming business and biodiversity assessment. And next slide, please. And then this is the famous one. In Malaysia, the crisis is always about the cute tigers, the Malayan tigers. And we have less than 150 wild Malayan tigers left. And it is not going up, it's going down. We can see other tiger range countries, they're going up, like India and Thailand. But Malaysia is going down. So this is the biggest crisis that we have at the moment. Next slide, please. So, next slide, please. So let's talk about the Kunming-Montreal GBF. Very quickly, before I go, and next slide, please, we need to talk about Convention on Biological Diversity, which is where the Kunming GBF sits. It is the CBD is an international legally binding treaty under UN. It provides a global legal framework for action on biodiversity, and Malaysia became a party in 1994 by ratification, and the CBD has 3 objectives. One is conservation of biological diversity, second is sustainable use, third is fair and equitable sharing. And every year, 22nd May, we have the Biodiversity Day. Next slide, please. And then what is Kunming Montreal GBF? It's a global agreement to guide global action on biodiversity through to 2030. That's the end game. And it was adopted in Montreal in December 2022 by parties, including Malaysia. And it replaces the Aichi biodiversity targets that expired in 2020. the reason why it is called Kunming Montreal, the meeting was supposed to be held in Kunming, China, but because of the pandemic, it was postponed to 2022 and was held in Montreal. That's why it's called Kunming Montreal, because the meeting in Montreal was hosted by China. So, and why Kunming goes first is because A, B, C, D, E, F, G lah. It's not because of anything else. Because of the letters. So that's why Kunming goes first, not Montreal, Kunming. So next slide, please. And the main features is it's focused on the 2050 vision of a world living in harmony with nature. So, and it has 4 long-term goals for 2050. And then the most important one is the core message of the 2030 mission, which is to take urgent action to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. That's the main agenda for the GBF. By 2030, biodiversity loss is halted and reversed. Next slide, please. So there are 23 action targets, and they are separated in 3 different themes. One is reducing threats to biodiversity, meeting people's needs through sustainable use and benefit sharing, and the last one is tools and solutions for implementation and mainstreaming. You can read the full text of Kunming GBF in CBD's website. Next slide, please. So why is it important to businesses? Because we know that some businesses, not all, are currently operating in a distorted market that rewards short-term profits over long-term value creation. So meaning positive and circular actions can lead to extra short-term costs to companies. So the GBF has the potential to transform the economic and financial systems and ensures the creation of a level playing field for all businesses. So this will also unlock new business opportunities. So it is essential that business participation in the Kunming GBF implementation in order to have a business case for nature action and ensure adoption of sufficiently ambitious agreement. Next slide, please. So how is it relevant in Malaysia? It's because it is implemented at the national level by the country's NBSAP, they call it. And in Malaysia, it is adopted under the National Policy on Biological Diversity, or Dasar Kepelbagaian Biologi Kebangsaan, or DKBK. And FYI, the GBF is currently being translated into our national policy, and it will have direct consequences on corporate operations. And the DKBK is now finalizing and hopefully to be launched in October of this year. Next slide, please. So in Malaysia, it has been proposed that the businesses also contribute to the implementation, and this is done via a strategic roadmap entitled A Blueprint for Accelerating Biodiversity Action, etc., and a business and biodiversity action plan as part of the DKBK. And the members here are all the drafting members of this blueprint, and we hope to launch this also together in October when the DKBK is launched. So just very quickly, what is all about this blueprint? Next slide, please. Next slide. So it is why we need a strategic roadmap. It's because there's no one policy in Malaysia that actually compels businesses to do conservation activities. So that's why we want to have something that will direct the businesses to do conservation. Next slide. I need to go very fast. So this is to foster accountability, raise awareness, mobilize support for implementation, and mobilize initiatives for biodiversity. Next slide, please. And so the scope is to enable urgent and transformative action by the business and private sector community to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. And then it will be action and results oriented. Next slide, please. And then there are 11 goals to be fulfilled by the businesses by 2030. And next slide, please. This is just to show you the themes. We have all this. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So the implementations timeline is to start in October of 2023 and set for 2030, following the implementation timeline of the DKBK. And each goal will be provided with specific action targets that will spell out the steps to be taken to achieve it. And it will have, by 23rd December of this year, we'll have the action plan. Next slide, please. And so the implementation of the strategic roadmap takes into account organizational circumstances and capabilities. We know that there are different types of companies in Malaysia, and etc. And then we also want to foster cooperation and engagement. I promise you this is my last slide, I think. Next slide. Yes, this is the rule that we are defining in the action plan, and I don't want to read that. Next slide, please. Oh dear God. Okay, yeah, that's me. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Syed, and thank you for that super whirlwind lecture about biodiversity and Kunming GBF. Okay, so you know what's really important from just to summarize, not very well, but just to attempt to summarize, biodiversity is really important. It will become a part of policy, a part of law. It will impact businesses, whether businesses are ready or not, both in terms of impacts of how businesses are impacting biodiversity as well as dependencies. And now, turning to Haji Nizam, he's going to be talking a little bit about how Petronas looks at biodiversity risks and how those risks are assessed in a really practical manner. So over to you, Haji Nizam.
Thank you, Luan. Assalamualaikum and good morning, good afternoon. Thank you, Syed, as well for giving us the sort of broad-based presentation on what is biodiversity and what is GBF and so on. What I would like to share with you this morning is not just Petronas' approach to biodiversity management, but also how business can assess, as Syed mentioned, our risk and interdependence on biodiversity. Next, please. I'll focus on target 15 of the Kunming Montreal GBF, which essentially talks about disclosure of business dependencies, impacts and risks on biodiversity and nature. I think that the two terms are now sort of interchangeably used freely to mean one and the same, although I guess the purists among us would still argue that there are differences, but nature and biodiversity are generally taken together these days. And the idea behind disclosing business dependencies, impacts and risks is actually to have greater transparency and also to ensure that businesses take a more proactive, a more holistic approach in how we manage biodiversity and ecosystem services and also our impact on this. And while the target 15 talks about large corporations and corporations which operates across boundaries, as Syed mentioned, once the GBF is translated into national policies and laws, the impact will actually be felt also by corporations which operate nationally regardless of size. Typically, impact assessment is carried out during the environmental impact assessment phase of projects, but as you may be aware, EIAs only give us a snapshot of what is there previously and what is there in terms of biodiversity currently. And what Kunming Montreal GBF is trying to do is to ensure that companies take a more longer-term perspective on this. I think this morning you've heard about the task force on nature-related financial disclosure, or TNFD. And TNFD, next please, is advocating for approach called LEAP, which is locate, evaluate, assess and prepare in terms of how businesses can assess our impact, dependencies and risk on biodiversity. And this is not a new concept. It's I guess a reiteration of concepts such as the pressure state response mechanism and so on. But the idea is for business to look at biodiversity at site-specific locations where you actually operate, where you actually have your logging concession, where you have your factories, in our case, refineries or renewable energy locations and so on. So the idea is to locate, evaluate, assess, and then to prepare your response accordingly. Next, please. So in relation to this, I guess the question which most people will ask is, what is Petronas doing managing biodiversity? How does it affect Petronas, and how does Petronas affect biodiversity? Is this really a material issue for an energy company. I think the answer to that is we operate in a much more transparent world where there is greater demand for transparency, disclosure of activities, even of energy companies. So you can't escape the public glare anymore, which used to be there only during oil spill incidents, pictures of birds covered in oil and so on. But now I think people are looking at a much bigger scale, a more comprehensive, taking a more comprehensive perspective on disclosure. So in relation to Petronas, how do we manage our biodiversity risk? Next, please. In July of 2022, the Petronas board approved the Petronas Nature and Biodiversity position. Next, please. This position has 5 elements to it. 1, establishing voluntary exclusion zone. 2, managing nature and biodiversity risk, which I will elaborate on. 3, promoting nature and biodiversity through partnership. But what we are really trying to do is to move away from the CSR type of work and take a more active role in conservation. And I think that should be also the focus of these businesses in general, supporting public policy and promoting high-quality nature-based climate solution. Next, please. So in Petronas, we have developed an in-house methodology based on guidance documents by industry groups, by the UN, UNEP, WCMC, and so on, and we call it the Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services Risk Assessment, which is, the methodology is I think, fairly straightforward for any risk assessment exercise. You do your desktop literature review first, which also includes understanding our operations in a particular area. In Langkawi, for example, we have a fuel terminal, which is quite small, but receives regular fuel supply by ship from our refineries. But because it is in Langkawi, and it's a tourist area, and across the terminal is the Kota Lutau National Park in Thailand, we categorize it as a high-risk area. So we did our detailed risk assessment, desktop analysis, site visit, talking to stakeholders, and doing our own risk analysis using our risk matrix, and from there developing a biodiversity action plan, which basically guides our colleagues on the ground as to what they can do to reduce or mitigate the risk. It could be as simple as fixing your oil spill boom. You go and inspect the oil spill response equipment. Might have been leaking or bitten by rats. The action plan could be as simple as that, or talking more to the government agencies. But essentially, this is what we do in Petronas, and we have a small team, dedicated but small. It's growing. We'll probably be getting more people. But essentially, from Petronas' point of view, this is the key element, and we have completed the exercise for our Malaysian operations. But we have operations in more than 30 countries. So this year, the focus will be on conducting a similar exercise for Petronas international operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Haji Nizam. Okay, so now over to Dr. Serena. She's going to be talking about how they manage the risk in AI, and then after that, we're going to head over to Rashid to talk about some of the positive impact and opportunities. Over to you.
Okay, so it's going to be very fast. Next slide, please. So in terms of trying to make sure that we are in alignment with the National Biological Policy, we have looked into some of the alignments in terms of empowering of our stakeholders in conserving biodiversity, and we have done that by collaboration with relevant stakeholders. I don't know whether anyone can see this. And we also look into reducing and direct and indirect pressure on biological biodiversity. And this is done through our operation when we certified 100% MSPO and as well as RSPO. We support the UN SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production, 13, climate change, 15, which is life on land, as well as 17, which is collaboration, partnership. And we conduct ACVs assessment, undergo EIA, we undergo also as well the high HCS assessment. We also safeguard all our key ecosystems and species and genetic diversity by putting in policies and guidelines, which is part of IOS commitment towards safeguarding biodiversity. We also undertake to have best management practices in places to protect the biodiversity. In terms of looking at ensuring that biodiversity is used safely and the benefits from its utilization are shared equitably, we have sustainability initiatives that include empowering the lives of local and indigenous communities. Finally, the last one, which is improve the capacity, knowledge, and skills of stakeholders. We conduct capacity building, awareness training, as well as, of course, involved in this steering committee for the National Policy on Biodiversity. Next, please. In terms of mitigating impact on our environment, these are the matters that we consider. Definitely looking at deforestation and the possibility of reforestation, which of course include rehabilitation of our forests, our peat and riparian areas. These have all been mentioned by previous speakers. Biodiversity and wildlife protection, waste, water and pollution control, as well as GHG emission, carbon sink, as well as carbon footprint activities. Next, please. Looking at how we go about doing this, we have our sustainable palm oil policy, which is what we call the mother of all policies. And we have under that our environmental management guideline. And towards that, we also have a zero burning policy. And down forward, we have our biodiversity and conservation guideline, peatland protection and management guideline, as well as, fire management guideline. So you can see that we have about 170,000 hectares of oil palm land, and these are all certified sustainable. So you can see that this is part and parcel of what has been cited under our commitment to be in alignment with the NBD. And the total set aside area for our conservation is about 10,000 hectares, with also about 4.5 thousand hectares of peatland protected. Next, please. So this is our biodiversity and conservation guideline. It's very, very practical. The first thing that we did was we identified biodiversities and conservation value areas. This is really important because you need to establish that baseline. Once you've done this, you need to also have stakeholder consultation, because there are people, there are involved communities. So you need to find out what are their issues, what are their challenges. You look into also having programs with them, and then you set up the objectives. You look into the execution and the management, because once you've set the baseline, you can set up the execution and the management, and you set up the objectives, and then you develop the human-wildlife conflict, because obviously, biodiversity, one of the points that you want to look is to try to make sure that you can exist or coexist with, wildlife. The next part is then looking into what are the threats and crisis management. So if there is a crisis, how do you manage that threat? How do you minimize that impact? And then after you have addressed it, you need to reevaluate what has gone wrong or what has gone right. And that's where we look into impact evaluation, mitigation, and protection. Next, please. These are the parts of what we have done into integrating biodiversity within our operation. We take steps to mitigate our impact by avoidance. This is a part that we set aside our high conservation area and high conservation stock areas. If there is an issue following that impact, we will undertake rehabilitation. And then the other part is also, of course, on compensation and offsets. This is replacing the lost resources and also providing alternatives to ensure net positive impact. Some of the things that we have been doing are wildlife protection and rescue. We have collaboration. As I remember, UNSDG 17, collaboration with Seratu Atai, Hutan, Sabah Wildlife on elephant collaring, camera trapping. This is all about monitoring and seeing whether or not, how can we address if there is a breach in our, in our assets as a result of elephant, for example, going into our estates. Next, please. And then we also have collaboration in Peninsula itself with the management and ecology of Malaysian elephants. And this is also to look into elephant population in Peninsula, the movement, the behavior. All this is done in collaboration because all this needs to be done together with other partners. We also undertake rehabilitation programs and also environmental education. This is very important because these are the future of our the steward of our biodiversity. Next, please. Finally, we have also working with communities. This is with the Orang Aslis in Pahang. We look into how to overcome issues related to fire, related to some of the loss of water because of drainage. And so, you know, we are involved in overcoming the drainage problem, looking into the buffer zone. We also empower the Orang Asli by a program in which we utilize their idea about how to rewild the forests and the areas that are being degraded, because they understand the kind of indigenous trees and plants that needed to be planted so that we can make sure that biodiversity is conserved. I think this is my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Serena. And finally, over to Rashid, who only has 2 slides.
Thank you, Luan. And thank you to the organizers for inviting Samdabi Plantation to share some of our thoughts around this. So, Samdabi Plantation, we are the largest producer of certified sustainable palm oil globally. We produce 15% of the volume of CSPO in the world. And I have 5 minutes, yeah, Luan? So I'm going to cut my presentation short and focus on the key messages that I want to tell. It's a few things. So number 1, why are we doing this? Number 2, what are the sort of things that we're doing? And number 3, what are the impacts that we are seeing from the things that we're doing? So why are we doing this? So basically for Samdabi Plantation, we believe that companies can have a positive impact to nature whilst also creating business value. And when it comes to business value itself, we see it from 4 different angles. So number 1, it's about value protection. We basically sell our oil, palm oil, to some of the most discerning customers in the world, which have very stringent requirements with regards to the palm oil being responsibly produced. And we also serve the most discerning markets as well, Europe, US, where we are seeing more and more regulations come into play. So we need to make sure that we protect that value and we can continue to serve those markets and customers. The second one is basically about value creation, because we know that some customers are also willing to pay premiums on responsibly produced palm oil. And I can tell you that the premiums that we are getting are significant enough that our board are very interested in it. The third one is about risk management and future-proofing our business, because we know that the world is changing. The regulations that we have now will not be same as what it will look like in the future. We are already seeing things like the EU deforestation regulations coming in play. Cheng in the morning talked about all of this other slew of regulations coming into play. It starts off in Europe, but I can tell you they will also be introducing it in the other parts of the world. So we need to future-proof our organization to make sure that we are ready for these emerging regulations. And the fourth area is about what we call reputation management, because we have over the years built trust with our customers, with our investors, shareholders, that we are a responsible company, and we need to ensure that we maintain that trust so that we can continue serving them. So, what are we doing about it, right? And another thing to also highlight is that on top of that, biodiversity in particular is important to the business itself. We, as an agriculture company, are highly dependent on the ecosystem services which are provided by biodiversity. pollination in our estates are done by weevils. Our integrated pest management, which is basically using nature solutions to natural predators to basically reduce the amount of pesticides and chemicals that we use in our estates. And the trees that we plant and also the tree planting that we do, it serves as a nature-based solution for climate change as well. You know, it sequesters carbon, sucks out carbon from the atmosphere as part of photosynthesis. Next slide, please. So only 2 slides today. So what are we doing with regards to our operations? And 2 things, right? So one, we're looking at our own operations, and second, we are looking at our supply chain. So for our own operations, we already have a slew of policies, procedures put in place to ensure that we maintain whatever areas which are identified as high conservation value or conservation set aside. So in total, we have around 46,000 hectares of land which are identified as HCV and conservation set aside, which basically we monitor and maintain. And on top of that, we also are looking at reforesting what we call our unplantable reserves. So things like our riparian buffer zones, areas which are too steep, areas which are no longer productive, and we are now reforesting those areas as well. So to date, we have close to 2 million trees planted, which includes endangered, rare and threatened species as well. We also do a lot of work around what we call human-wildlife coexistence. So like what Dr. Serena mentioned just now, risks to our operations include, wildlife in the areas that we work in. So things like, how do we coexist with elephants in Johor or in orangutans in the Kinabatangan landscape? So a lot of work that we do around working with and in collaboration with stakeholders, with civil society organizations to try and see how we can coexist with them within our operations. And then there are already tools in place to basically identify areas of high conservation value and high carbon stock to ensure that whenever there's any new development, basically we don't deforest. So that's within our own operations. The big challenge for us is basically looking at our supply chain. And the key risk in our supply chain is basically deforestation. And there has been a lot of effort being put in place to basically try and manage the risk of deforestation within our supply chain. If you look at the latest stats from the World Resources Institute, in 2022, the rate of deforestation in Malaysia has reduced by 57%. In Indonesia, by 64%. And the reason because of that is due to a lot of efforts that are being done by multiple stakeholders. So for example, in the government, the palm oil industry, Malaysia, the government has decided to cap the amount of hectarage to 6.5 million hectares in Malaysia. In Malaysia as well, 95% of the industry is certified to the Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil Certification Standard. And if you look at Southeast Asia itself, where Malaysia and Indonesia produces 80% of the global volume of palm oil, 83% of that 80% is covered, refining capacity is covered by what we call no deforestation commitments. So what that means is that, like what we do is, if you have a no deforestation commitment, you basically need to basically have full traceability of your supply chain. So we are around 95% traceable all the way up to the mill now. And once you know where you are actually sourcing from, you use satellite monitoring to monitor tree cover loss. And if there are any tree cover loss which are happening, we actually work with partners to go on the ground, to conduct investigation, and to basically engage with suppliers. And we also do a lot of work around engagements with smallholders, where we take multiple approaches. So things like certifications to standards. So in Papua New Guinea, we've managed to get 15,000 smallholders certified to the RSPO. In Malaysia, we're working with the Malaysian Smallholders Association to conduct capacity building around high HCV sort of assessments. In the northern region, we're working with another civil society organization to basically train them on climate smart agriculture. So is it perfect? Nope. But what we are seeing is there is progress being made. So I'll stop there for now. And again, just to highlight to the point that, number one, biodiversity is important to a company like us, especially in the palm oil industry. there has been a lot of effort being put in place, and there has been progress, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rashid. Now, I think we don't really have time, but I just wanted to maybe just end off with a really quick question to all of you guys, right? Because, you know, this whole biodiversity thing is very new, and especially for SMEs, you know, I think many companies have only started thinking about climate change and then suddenly got this biodiversity coming, and then, you know, so hard to measure, what do you do? So many terminologies and jargon. So, today's session, I think, was just meant to be a kind of a taster for companies and SMEs. There is a lot of science, a lot of technology and policies around this. But hopefully, I think hopefully we've convinced you that, you know, it's really important to businesses, both from a risk as well as an opportunities perspective, and also that business has a massive role to play. But so just one quick question to all the panelists, and, you know, feel free to answer or not. Where should businesses start? Where should they start? Just one quick thing of how they should start on biodiversity. Anyone?
Okay, I'll start on that, because I had the guidelines. And I think that's the best way to do it, because that's how we do it. You have to do assessment first. You have to assess the area, whether there is high conservation value, whether there is high carbon stock. So once you've done the assessment, then you know what to do. So that's your first stop. You know, don't just rush into it because you're not an expert. So in this case, the high ACV assessment, there's a lot of there's a lot of organizations here who can help you in this. So I think that's the first start, and I think that should be the first stop that you would.
Excellent. So first thing, assess. All right. Anyone else?
No, I think just to echo Dr. Srina's point there, I mean, the key thing is basically to really understand, number one, whether or not you are impacting biodiversity. I mean, answering these two questions, whether you are impacting biodiversity, and number two, whether you are dependent on biodiversity. So once you basically answer these two very basic questions, and then, you know, you can then start looking at and, you know, to conduct assessments.
I talk to a lot of companies who are saying, you know, hey, I don't do, you know, deforestation, I don't have many impacts, but you have a lot of dependencies. Even if it's not you, it might be somebody up your supply chain with those dependencies. So,
yeah. I'd like to go back to the leap slide just now. So I think just take the leap and do the leap assessment of your operations. See where you are at. Thanks.
Excellent. And last words go to Syed.
I think I have to echo everyone, the experts. I think, yeah, you have to assess first and need to understand your dependency and impact. Those are the two things now. That is the buzzword. You don't have to go further yet. Just see whether you depend and see whether you impact or not.
Great stuff. Thank you so much to all the panelists, and thank you to CGM for inviting us. I hope this was a good session, and hope to have many more conversations about biodiversity, and giving you back some time to go for lunch.
Thank you. Actually, I think we have one more speaker.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yes. Yes. Very quickly, let's take a group picture. Thank you, Encik Nizam, Encik Rashid, Dr. Serena, Tuan Syed, and to Luann for moderating this session. Thank you so very much. Okay, we would like to invite on stage to speak about the National Imperative for Sustainable Development. Please welcome Dr. Hezri Adnan. Silakan. For some of you, if you would like to stand up and move around, it's okay. I know it's quite cold, so please
Is the floor mine now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam MC, for your kind introduction to the stage. My name is Hezri Adnan. Should I introduce myself, or I'm Hezri Adnan. I'm currently a semi-retired person. So thank you to the organizer for inviting me to the stage today. I've been asked by Datin Sri Sunita, thank you Datin for inviting me today, to say a few words about the National Imperative for Sustainable Development, which is something that I think you have heard in the past couple of days, but I think it would be useful to reiterate some of the key messages you've heard. So my story today is just very simple. Actually, why are we here today is very important, because we are seeing the convergence, or we are building a convergence of two social movements. One is the ESG movement, which most of you from the corporate sector or the industry is coming from, or SMEs. And you're also seeing some conservationists talking to you today from the environmental protection, the NGOs and civil societies, which is predominantly an environmental movement based or guided by ecological thinking, whereas the ESG movement, at least to my mind, is predominantly a market-based movement. So these two movements are coming together. It's very important for us to understand each other better. I also like what I heard from Luann just now. I mean, she's being the CEO of, Chief Sustainability Officer of a major bank in Malaysia, and she mentioned the planetary boundaries and not just biodiversity, which is a lot broader. And I should start my 15 minutes intervention here by focusing on what the Secretary General of the United Nations just said about a month ago, or slightly more than a month ago, that the era of global warming has ended. You know, when you read that, wow, have we solved everything? Not quite. Actually, the era of global boiling has just begun. And this is in reference to some of the spikes in ocean temperatures and the highest temperature seen in the history of human, not just humans, but the planet, happening in July. So there is a sense of urgency there, and more so, it calls for our cooperation between these, if you like, the two social movements that I mentioned. So I'm going to say something about the age of the Anthropocene. In a nutshell, we have become such a powerful force, humankind. We have started perhaps about 2.5 million years ago as hunter-gatherer society, and then we moved to being an agrarian or agricultural society for about 12,000 years, right? And then at the peak of our 12,000 years as an agrarian society, there was only 1 billion people living on the planet. Now we're dealing with about 8 billion, 7.6 billion people living on the planet now. And then in just over 200 years, we became an industrial society, and we've become so powerful, we changed the face of the planet. And that's why we're gathering here today, because of the predicament that we are in now. So there's a group of scientists who coined the term the Anthropocene, the new era, a new geological epoch or era that is very powerful. We are almost as strong as the forces that wiped out the dinosaurs. So that's who we are now as a species. And just to add to the what Luann said about the planetary boundaries, there is a group of scientists started way back in 1990s who look at the Earth as a system. So they call it Earth system science. And they have come up with this, the term Anthropocene came from this group. Paul Crutzen and Will Stephan are the two sort of intellectual fathers of this group. And they have looked at a number of indicators, if you like. And the spike started in around 1950. And this goes beyond just climate or GHG emissions data or carbon dioxide data. And if you look at population, real GDP, foreign direct investment, all started to peak or rise around 1950s. And this has led to what I said just now about the power of the industrial society. Anyway, and a point worth making as well is that these the different variables actually interact. They are connected. Just take three important resources that we have, agricultural resources, which is food, that produces food, energy, and also water. They're all interlinked. It is estimated that in the year 2050, there will be about 9.9 billion people living on Earth. Now it is about 7.8, about 8 billion people. And then to feed this 9.9 or 10 billion people on the planet in 2050, we need to increase our food production by about 60 to 70%. And then we also need to increase our energy production by 40%, right? To power your gadgets, to power your electric vehicles and all that. But this is the rub, this is the catch. To produce energy, you need water. To produce food, you need water. But by 2030, that means 20 years before 2050, the world as a system will be facing a 30% water deficit, you know? So this is the state of the challenge that we're in. So this, you know, whether we look at energy mainly, but energy is also connected to water, energy is connected to food. So they're all integrated. And the story about sustainable development is really, it started way back from the 1960s with the publication of, with a series of UN mega conferences, starting from 1970s, United Nations Conference on Human Environment, and then there was this Earth Summit in 1992, and then there's 2012 Summit. And then in 2015, we, the head of state, agreed to a set of new suites of development goals, 17 goals, which is SDGs as you know it. And there were also a number of important publications along the way, which, if I can highlight, the Limits to Growth in 1972 was a publication that first looked at, you know, it was a forecast of what's going to happen in the next 50 to 100 years. And it highlighted, together with the Brundtland Report in 1987, the physical limit to economic growth, which is very important. And I need to remind people of this because much that we know about climate change started around 2006 with the release of the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change Force Assessment Report. So, and then it started to build steam, you know, to garner steam, and we are where we are today, where the impact of climate change is really felt everywhere. And I also contributed in a small way to this discussion with a sort of a book called The Sustainability Shift in 2016. It was reprinted. This is not a sales pitch. I published this in 2016, and it was republished or reprinted by the Norwegian Embassy here in 2021. So that sort of brings the international discussion in the context of Malaysia. So let's look at the impact of climate change in Malaysia. I would like again to bring the interconnection, because in the COP28 happening in Dubai this year, we will be looking at, or the summit, the COP summit will be looking at the interaction of climate change with water and also food system, you know, so they're looking at the nexus. So assuming that there will be only a 1 degree Celsius increase globally, on average, the yields of wheat might decrease by about 6%, rice by 3.2%, maize by 74%, and soybean by 3.1%. So that is just with an increase of about 1%, you know, and we are not looking at 1% increase, are we? So that's the challenge that we're in. And then we look at Malaysia, we still produce rubber, we still produce rice, and there will be impact on these sectors. I passed the slides to the organizer in a PDF format so you can have the slides. So I don't have to go through the details for constraint of time. But let's just look at the Malaysian case and how these things interconnect, or the nexus are interlinked at the local level based on some of the work I've done with a number of government agencies. If you remember a few years ago in 2014, there was this news coverage where Bukit Merah, bone dry, Bukit Merah close to disaster. And then politicians blame it on climate change, you know. But they forgot that climate change is the impact of climate change is as a result of man-made hazard and also nature, a natural hazard, yeah. But so there was some development going around the lake which has compromised the ability of the lake to withstand the system. But the impact was felt across the board, not just for the lake itself, but tourism drop. Visits drop, 50% drop of number of visitors to the Bukit Merah Orangutan Island. Water supply was interrupted, and there's a arowana fish breeding industry in around Bukit Merah. That was that was affected as well. And we are about to face, or started facing now, the impact of another El Nino episode. So this thing will be coming our way again. And then around 2014 as well, because of, this is Perak River Basin. And a series of pump houses you have to pump for irrigation. Some areas need to be pumped using electricity. Some pump houses in the Perak Tengah, they are operating suboptimally. The pumps are just hanging, the river level, or water level is so low. And this led the government had to fork out about 400,000 to bring in the mobile pumps. So it's cost on the part of government. And of course, the paddy farmers are affected. And this is Kelantan River Basin, which we've done some work with Jabatan Pengairan Saliran. KADA, right? Kemubu Agriculture Development Authority is a big rice producing area. And there's this blue line indicates the optimum water level of the big pump system, or because you have to pump water again for this paddy producing area. And you see the red level is where the water level is actually below the pump level. So how do you pump water, right? Pump duduk tergantung. So you cannot pump water. And this has led to the farmers bringing machetes, parang, to the pumping house, saying, hey, why are you not releasing water to my area? So they ask the farmers to say, look, how do we pump if the water is just hanging there? This is Sungai Kelantan. And of course, naturally, the rice production over the years has decreased in in Kelantan, in the Kemubu Agriculture Development Authority. But I'm trying to point to the interconnection between climate change and its impact on the ground. And we don't understand much, because we talk about, the global challenges, the national challenges, but we don't know enough about what's going on the ground. So this is the challenge that we as a country should be facing. And I'm so glad that now we have the private sector coming in also to look at, to contribute to solving some of these issues, I hope. And of course, I mentioned about the two social movements, the ESG, which is market-based movement, and also the environmental movement, which is more ecological in nature. I think we need to bring the two together so that we can have a true sustainability movement that solve not just global environmental issues, but also environmental and social issues on the ground here in Malaysia. Very important, I thought. And of course, we are bombarded with so many news about the importance of mitigating climate change. Carbon emission is very important, and the government is also going full steam on coming up with policies, with roadmaps. And recently we launched two important documents. One is the last year was the National Energy Policy, which is very much lauded. But the other one is the National Energy Transition Roadmap. And if you look at some of this roadmap, now we have plenty of this, dear friends. And the thing is whether some of this has been translated on the ground. I had the opportunity of managing one government agency in Langkawi. And on the ground, it's a different story. What happens in Putrajaya, what's being articulated in Putrajaya, may just remain within the bubble of Putrajaya. It's not translated on the ground. Government officers don't understand. People don't understand. There needs to be this translational work. And I think this is a great opportunity for the business sector and the government and civil society to work together. And of course, it's also understandable why there is this emphasis on energy, on carbon mitigation, and because it's so overwhelming. And if you look at just the task or challenge of mitigating carbon or emissions alone, there's a lot of things happening at the same time here in Malaysia. I just have this, map here of the policies and some of the studies that are coming our way. The LT Labs is coming our way. The adaptation plan is coming away, and a few others. The carbon policy is also being now being studied by Ministry of Finance and also the World Bank. And there will be a few more policies, and hydrogen and all will be released. And this creates a lot of confusion, I'm sure, to the private sector. Where do we focus our efforts? There's not much money left, I know, everywhere. So how do you focus that? But I think it's important to acknowledge the fact that I think this is a great effort by the Climate Governance Initiative and also its partners to convene this meeting to focus on biodiversity, just to get the peripheral feel. We were stuck for a long time with visual overload. If you trace back the evolution and environmental movement from the 1960s, we felt sense of helplessness because there's so many issues happening to the world, and yet there's not enough action coming from government, not enough action coming from private sector, and also society's apathy is another challenge. But I think with in the past few years we have sort of more focus, invested more focus on net zero and mitigating carbon, which is great. But I think what we need moving forward is to have this peripheral vision. Do away with the tunnel vision, but have a more sort of ability to look around 360 degree. How do you do that? We can only do that collectively. And so I think that's the challenge of the past, that's the present. The future is how we look at all these issues as a suite or set of interconnected issues. And just to bring back this to numbers, if you take 3 proxy measures or indicators of development, poverty rate for social, GDP per capita for economy, they are poor proxies of development. And you take ecological footprint, great. Poverty rate has decreased over the years, but GDP per capita has gone up, which is good. But ecological footprint of Malaysia has also gone up, in tandem with the rise of income. And that's where, if you translate that to what our friends have been saying about the loss of forests and habitats, 1954, you can see that, of course, about 90% of Peninsular Malaysia was covered by forests, 9.5 million hectares. 2010, we're down to about 5.79 million hectares, and we are left with 4 islands of forests, fragmented forests. And our friends from Bukit Kiara and a few others were telling us about the importance of connecting this fragmented forest. And that requires funding, and that requires science and understanding. So how do we do that? I think today is a first good step. And if you look at the way forward, I'm thinking more of, moving from talking about this to really create a regenerative economy. Try to not just protect, but also restore some of the degraded areas, not just for biodiversity or animal sake. Wildlife is important, but let me just highlight to you what's the problem with this fragmented forest. In Sungai, in the Perak River Basin, there is a study that pointed to the loss of about, I think, I remember about 5 or 6 water treatment plants because of logging issues or forest degradation. These water treatment plants do not receive enough water, so they stop functioning. So it's not just a problem for harimau or tigers, it's a problem to us, right? So some of these issues are actually now, to me, they are a security issue, threaten our own survival, in Malaysia. Of course, this is just a case of Peninsula. And then 5 states in Peninsular Malaysia are considered water deficit states because of the loss of forests, partly, right? And this is not, may appear to be funny to some because we have about 2,900 millimeter of water rainfall every year. But how come we are facing this problem? So now, there is, someone wise said to me, only dollars make sense. Where's the dollars going to come from? I mean, don't quote me for this because this is just a sort of a back of the envelope calculation. Of course, number 1 is fine. For the energy transition, the Prime Minister said we need about 1.2 to 1.3 trillion ringgit Malaysia for the transition to happen. For us, assuming that you need about $1,500 to restore, for 5 years yearly you need $1,500 to restore a hectare of forest. WWF has this target of restoring about 1 million hectares. You need about 35 billion. But there's a study recently not being released yet, but the economic, they did an evaluation of Taman Negara and a few in Belum and also Ndarompin. These 3 protected areas, they provide a value of about 6.5 billion ringgit a year. So, imagine, we have to do a bit more work to calculate carbon possibilities and all that. And then for water, the former KSU did, again, back on the envelope calculation, to build the needed water infrastructure from water abstraction to treatment to flood mitigation, from now until about 2040, we need about 200 billion to 330 billion ringgit. At best, the government can only fork out 100 billion. So that deficit, that gap, where's it going to come from? I'm looking at you. And yeah, a bit of reality check. For every ringgit that the government take from our income tax or corporate tax, for every ringgit, kita ada 27 cents. Government can only spend 27 cents, 29 cents for development. The rest will go to committed, payments like well, we have 27 cents left for development, yeah? 32 cents goes to pension and salaries, 12 cents goes to debt repayments, and 29 cents to other OPEX or expenditures. And then I start to look around, oh, maybe there's possibility for domestic investment from, fund coming from the domestic sources. Sovereign Wealth Fund, about 202 billion ringgit. Institutional investors, a lot more, 1,472. I think altogether we have about maybe about 5 trillion Malaysian ringgit money circulating here or being saved here that can be used for some of this. I mean, from GSCs as well, from the corporate sector as well, I haven't calculated. So, ladies and gentlemen, to end this intervention before you have your, I'm sure, resumptuous lunch later, the sustainable development imperative is to turn Malaysia into a green economy powerhouse. We have, and to do that, we have to connect the dots, yeah, and we have to prioritize solving national sustainability challenges while advancing the net zero agenda as a responsible global citizen. Fine, let's focus on net zero. That's fine. Even our the national investment plan that was just industrial plan that was launched has net zero push as one of the three themes. So let's look at adaptation. Number one, let's look at adaptation as also a growth opportunity. And I think I'm very encouraged by what the chief sustainability officers from the corporate giants of Malaysia were saying just now. Invest in resilient infrastructure, nature-based solution, and sustainable practices. And I think if there is a map of environmental hotspots in Malaysia, I think the corporate sector can also begin to look at, around their vicinity, around their operations, where they can play some roles based on their, what they can afford. Yeah? But we don't have that. We don't have a map of the hotspots of. I think this is where maybe the corporate sector can fund a group of environmental NGOs to begin to identify some of these hotspots and prioritize them, and then connect. Communicate this back to government, see what kind of incentives can be made available for this to happen, for that interaction to happen. And we have to connect the ESG expertise and funds in the right place at the right time. So we have to, I think, begin to move beyond measurement to real action on the ground. I think what we hear today is very encouraging. And there is a very strong need now, I think, to work with local universities for better connection, for better understanding, better diagnosis of what's going on the ground, and also for bidirectional learning. Because these are two separate movements, I put it earlier. So I shall leave you with those thoughts. Shouldn't take more of your time, but thank you very much for listening, and I'll be more than happy to talk to you over lunch. Thank you so much.
Terima kasih, Dr. Hezri. Thank you very much, everyone, for staying on with us the whole time. You've been very, very cooperative, actually, because on the first day, if you can still remember, half of the audience actually left because it was too cold, and then they had to come back again and leave. Thank you so much. Please join us for lunch. I actually wanted to salute Tun Jean Abdullah, Tun Jean. Thank you for being with us, Tun. And kirim salam to Tun Abdullah juga. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Join us again this afternoon for the workshops. Jumpa lagi, insyaAllah. Saya Rasadi Barazi. Will not be seeing you in the afternoon, but it has been a fabulous 3 days with all of you. Assalamualaikum.
Mm-hmm.